Thursday. It's not Friday. I feel like it should be Friday, but it's not. But happy Thursday anyways. Almost there.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Thank you so much for following me. Let's try to get to 600 subscribers today. If you can subscribe, please do. This is my Cash App and Venmo. If you have any questions, comments, if you would like to tip me, if you would like a message read out during the live. Oh, let me add my backup. Sorry, every day I act like I've never done any of this before. Don't ew. Here we go. Got it. Again, if you would like to join the Discord, my Feliz Navidad live account, that is the account down below. Now I can't. That's the account down below. You just follow it, send a message to that TikTok account and ask for a Discord link. My new thing. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it so much. Montenegro, MT Negro. Thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. What was I just finishing saying? Oh, yes. If you would like a link to the Discord, that is my Feliz Navidad live account down there. Just follow it, send a message to that TikTok account and say, please get me a link to the Discord. It's just an extra layer of added security because when I had it in my link in my bio, we had a lot of people joining who weren't necessarily creating a safe space. So I've tried to avoid that. And then I think my new tradition is, that's what I was saying. My new thing is, thank you so much. Love you too. My new tradition is after the show, before I change for my run, I'll check, and whoever needs links to the Discord, I will get to them immediately when we finish. So cool. And then please do follow us. I'm going to start off with some just updates about TikTok and what's going on. So I think I don't want to, I'm always the expect the worst or so you're never disappointed type person. But I think there is some movement on that and we'll talk about it. So that's great. So I think it's safe to subscribe and to count on TikTok. Thank you for subscribing, Wildkind, and to count on TikTok not, disappearing on Sunday necessarily, but still, I think and I'll go into why after I finish I feel like this is morning announcements at a school, like I'm a principal. When we're done with the morning announcements, then I will talk more about that. But I think what we've learned is it's probably a really good idea. I think it's like 600 watch hours to go on YouTube, and then we can have memberships, which are the same thing as subscriptions on TikTok and super chats and things. I just think what we need to prepare for, and again, I'm going to get into this in more detail in a second, is eventually if this becomes an uninhabitable, unpleasant platform to be on, and I'll talk more about that in a second, we want to make sure we have another place to go. You're so cool, Grandma. Honestly, and I appreciate you being here every day. I have a really good memory and I appreciate all of your guys' support. You don't even know. And this lip oil is cool. Thank you, Jason Kemp, for giving me this lip oil from my words are escaping me. Amazon wish list. It is the best. It's not sticky or anything. It's my new favorite. Okay, so follow me on YouTube. That's what's my ADHD. I keep skipping around. Follow me on YouTube. It is a girl has no name as well. Oh, I should probably, let me just put it in there really quick. Like I promised myself I would start doing more of. Oh, I didn't add it here. I'll do it later. I have my contact information, but pretty much on every platform, Twitch, Blue Sky, which I've started posting on. Thank you for my 51 followers. You guys know I've been posting on Blue Sky, Twitch, Blue Sky, X, YouTube. My name is a girl has no name. It's pretty much all the same. I haven't been posting on Instagram. I'm having a really big struggle with wanting to post on Meta platforms right now. I think I'm going to push past it. But oh yeah, and I got this for like $4.99. Just and it's not tight, it's not uncomfortable. I highly recommend it. But I also don't want to do plugs for Amazon, but I think that's where I got it. Yeah, it's because I have a big head, so I sometimes headbands, they like squeeze your head and you get migraines. This is a good one. Yeah, my Facebook has been well, I don't think it's deactivated. I mean, I couldn't tell you how to log in there. But I made in a girl has no name Facebook because I was going to push our lives there. I've just been thinking, let's just stream on whatever platform I can stream on. But then I realized you either need, I don't know if it's 1,000 followers or you need to like be on there 60 days. So I'm just waiting for 60 days to pass and then I'll push our lives to Facebook as well. I'm just trying to, I think this TikTok ban situation has made me learn that it's just best to be wherever you are. Like Twitch, did you guys know? I didn't even know that Amazon owned Twitch. Amazon owns Twitch, but I like the platform. Like I'm live on there now. It's pretty easy to use. So love you, Queen Anne. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm glad you found me too. It's the Rocketeer. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're just talking. So on pretty much every platform, A Girl Has No Name is how you guys can follow me. But let's get into TikTok news really quick.
More sophisticated now than computers.
Because I have some good stuff here. I'm trying to think of what order I want to go in for the news. Let me just, do I want to go over the article first? Give me one second to think about how I want to do this. Yeah, since this was the first thing reported, I'll do this. And NBC did break the news, so I think it's fair we go with this first. Keep tapping the screen. Let's try to get as many taps today as possible. I think yesterday we missed 400K, but we were close. Last week we got to 600K a couple times. Keep tapping the screen. Share the live. Engagement is so much appreciated. Okay. So this was reported yesterday by NBC News, and then I'll have some more information, but this article is pretty short, so I think I'll take us through most of this. So basically what's been going on is it's so frustrating. I would suggest you guys look, if you're wondering who you're mad at about the TikTok ban, it is literally pretty much everyone. Like Congress people you think you like, they voted for the TikTok ban. It is such a short list of people who did not vote for that TikTok ban. I think it's like 20 something people in Congress. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Awesome, Jen. It is the far like right fringe and the far left fringe. Even it's so sad. Margarine voted against the TikTok ban. It does not make me like her anymore, but she is on the very, very, very small list. So anyways, yeah, this had wide support. It started with Donald Trump in 2020, as we all know, which now he's trying to blame it on the Democrats, which I find ridiculous. But anyways, yesterday, and I don't know when they started doing this, but they started looking for an extension. If you have not read the TikTok bill, I'm just going to explain this to you. Nothing has really changed. All the Biden administration is looking to do is not have it shut down on Sunday and like roll into this extension that's already provisioned in the bill, which is 60 to 9, I think max 90-day extension. And that it basically says, and this is the truth, and this is what I did finally listen to the TikTok oral arguments. I did not have it in me for a while. I didn't, but I did finally listen. And I mean, that's exactly what John Roberts is sort of saying. He's saying, hey, you guys are making a First Amendment argument. This isn't about a First Amendment argument. Like Congress changed the laws and they're saying this has nothing to do with the First Amendment anymore. It just has to do with who is allowed to, possess TikTok in the US. China has to die, which it's not China anyways. I can't stand this. I feel like we're back in the well, we are. We'll get to more of that, but we're back in like the Red Scare when the word communism was mentioned every 5 minutes. Like, it's so annoying. but yeah, so basically the Biden administration has been looking for ways to push, so that TikTok doesn't go dark on Sunday. So I'll just read some of this. I think it's best that way. And here's the quote: Americans shouldn't expect to see TikTok suddenly banned on Sunday, an administration official said, adding that officials are exploring options for how to implement the law. So
paper is more sophisticated.
Thank you for following. So TikTok does not go dark Sunday. So great news for us. Like, it's not going to be some sudden nightmare where none of us can find each other anymore, which is but again, more reason to join the Discord. That is my Feliz Navidad live account down there. Follow it and send a message and ask for a link to the Discord. As far as I know now, they can't take that away from us. But so Bruce Reed, who's the deputy chief of staff, has been a point person on the issue. If the administration moves forward with any such plan, it would mean the popular apps going down would not define his last full day in office, which I think is part of the plan. But this is I find this whole thing annoying. Then, and I'll probably show you the clips tomorrow. I happened to catch it, but I've been going through so much content this morning, I didn't clip it. Mike Waltz, who's Trump's incoming national security advisor, he was on Fox News on Wednesday, and I saw him again on Fox this morning as well, saying Trump is ready to intervene to preserve access to the Chinese-owned video app. But again, I want to stress, unless something changes, right? Unless somehow TikTok makes Trump, who is he's a transactional narcissist, so I wouldn't say it's not possible, some sort of offer he can't refuse, or Xi throws his weight around, because, he's really pissed about this, right? If you can make one company, divest, how much business could China be cut out of in Western civilization? Like, I think it's a slippery slope for them. But what this means, they're not talking about not forcing a sale. They still plan to force them to divest. They're just saying, hey, the TikTok bill allows for a 90-day extension to keep the app running as long as significant progress is being made towards divestiture, meaning as long as TikTok is showing that they're planning to sell it to somebody else, then we can grant a 90-day extension while that is negotiated and while that happens. So that's all the Biden administration is saying, and that's all Trump is saying, is like, I'm going to keep it from shutting down. Yeah, but Trump's acting like he's a hero of something. We're all in this situation because of you in the first place. See, and you can see this here. This is from the Biden administration. We are not considering deferring enforcement, the official said. Statutorily, we don't believe we have the authority to do that. That's what they're saying, is this is not that like the bill's going away or it's not going to happen. We don't, like, Congress has passed this law. Biden signed it, and we don't believe we can defer. We're just basically kicking the can down the road and allowing TikTok to remain active while they make plans to divest, which again, Trump could do something else. He has control of the House. He has control of the Senate. So we don't know what will happen. I want to stress that, but that's what's going on as of now. There's one more thing I wanted to, I don't know if it's in here. Yeah, Ro Khanna, who I love, he's a progressive. He's one of the people lobbying the White House. If you don't know who Ro Khanna is, he's pretty amazing. He's been lobbying the White House. Here's a quote from him. I'm hopeful that President Biden will listen to the millions of voices who don't want the lights to go out on this app. He has the power to extend the timeline to try to have a solution that prevents the app from shutting down. So, sorry, I was just reading a comment, but I didn't understand it. So I can't respond to it because I don't understand it. Let's see. And then, yeah, so this is the Trump brief, and this is stuff about Chief Justice John Roberts. I want to show you guys something else really quick. Hold on. I want to go, because I found it at the end. So then I guess this is a little bit of a call to action and something funny.
Paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Yeah, Trump's not smart. Thank you so much for following. Follow, keep tapping the screen. We could beat a 50K. We could do it. Tapping is clapping. Tap, tap, tap. What are we? Where am I here? Okay, here we go. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is from this morning. So, and we'll get to it. Tom Cotton is the worst. Well, actually, I'll start with this one because Tom Cotton is a senator, right? Like, even right now, today, the Democrats are still in control of the Senate. And this is from Ron Filipkowski. He was saying, amazing that people are blaming Democrats for this. People like Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and Tom Cotton were the first to call for an immediate outright ban of TikTok 2 years ago and led the charge on the divestiture bill. This is all true. This is Tom Cotton yesterday. TikTok will either be sold in the next few days or will be banned. Either way, communist China will no longer exercise massive influence over our nation and our children. So a lot of people in the Trump administration, like Mike Waltz, the incoming national security guy, are saying something different, but Tom Cotton is still doing this. And the reason I'm showing you that is because of this. So they're reporting that now, right? Like Chuck Schumer was all about banning TikTok. Most of the Democrats were, most of the Republicans were. But yesterday, Schumer just now backed a delay. So this is yesterday in the Senate. Schumer was backing a delay in implementation of the TikTok forced divestiture law that Congress passed last year, effectively citing Trump, meaning what the Biden White House was saying. Hey, we're going to try to delay the divestiture or go in, roll into the 90-day reprieve while they negotiate the divestiture. So basically TikTok doesn't go dark on Sunday. And Tom Cotton, like this is the important part here, Senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton, Intel chair and number 3 in leadership, blocked an effort to extend the deadline yesterday. So if you want to know whose office we should be calling and flooding with calls, I heard, because we've been trying this. I'll get to that in a second. So I don't know. This is Tom Cotton's Senate website. If anyone wants to screenshot this, I would suggest calling Tom Cotton's office and saying, you do not want TikTok to shut down. He blocked a proposed law that would have extended TikTok, the life of TikTok yesterday, and rolled into what is already allowed in the bill, a 90-day reprieve. So I'm just on Tom Cotton's website saying, here, if someone wants to screenshot and contact Tom Cotton. And he has I discovered he has 5 offices. He has 4 offices in Arkansas. I mean, I'm just giving examples of ways to contact Senator Tom Cotton, and you can screenshot it. In the Senate, you could stop them in the Senate. This is Little Rock. I'm just on Tom Cotton's website, Jonesboro. This is just showing how many offices does one person need. It's senators in Arizona do not have 4 offices. I'm just saying this, senators I'm just pointing out that this man has 4 offices in Arkansas. That seems crazy to me. What? Why does Tom Cotton have 4 offices in Arkansas? I don't know, but this is his contact information if anyone wants to screenshot it. I mean, it's not, if I'm giving the impression it's just Tom Cotton, no, it's not, but it's Tom Cotton that's he's the number 3, he's the chair of Intel, which was one of the committees that said this was necessary. And he is saying he will stand in the breach, right? This is not reconciliation. They can filibuster. But the weird thing is that, and it could just be lip service because, again, who cares what the Republicans are saying? But Trump's transition team, his new cabinet members, his new National Security Council head, Mike Waltz, is all over Fox saying they agree, right? We are going to extend it. The same thing the White House is signaling, that hey, there's allowance for a
You know that
90-day
is more
reprieve
sophisticated
wall
now
as
than
long as they're
computers.
making, I believe the words are meaningful efforts toward divestiture. And both the Biden White House and the Trump transition team are signaling, hey, we're okay with this. And then Tom Cotton's like, nope, I'm not okay with this, when they were trying to do something about it yesterday in the Senate. Girl, just get over to Red Note. Our government doesn't care about us. Hey, I have profiles on hundreds on more social media sites that I'm sure you even know exist. That has nothing to do with why I don't think TikTok should go away. I I don't think TikTok should get well for a lot of reasons. I come from the tech industry. There is functionality in TikTok that no other platform has. Now, like down the road, could somebody else, could an product management team create some of this functionality? Yes, but it would be years down the road. TikTok is literally the only product where you can join lives, where you can scroll live streams and join lives as guests. Like there simply is no other product. Yeah, and it's not just about that. Like, yeah, I think I've talked about this before, but what is happening with TikTok? This is the tip of the iceberg. There's a plan across intelligence, across
You know that
like
payment is more
labor,
sophisticated now than
um
computers.
across many government departments, across military, across healthcare, to force China out of profiting in Western civilization. That's what they essentially want. Like that's why EV ban, like there's 100% tariff on Chinese EVs. Like this is part of a broader plan. So yeah, I don't expect it will stop with TikTok. Yeah, if everyone moved to another Chinese app, they have now set legal precedent to do the same thing over and over. What do we do about that? I don't know. We have to dissent any way we can. I mean, I think in the short term we drag our feet, but yeah, like we have to show them like, hey, this is America and you can't take platforms away and sell them. The last thing I want, and this is what, when I talk about short term and long term, like, sure, we could get a 90-day extension on this. That stops nothing. They're saying that ByteDance has to divest, or they have to sell this app and they have to sell it to what is looking to be
You
someone
know that
like
payment
Mr.
is more
Wonderful,
sophisticated
Kevin
now than
O'Leary,
computers.
or someone like that. I don't want another Elon Musk type owning another social media platform, because then TikTok is gone regardless. What happens is, right, the algorithm changes, fact checking is gone, it turns into the community note system. It's like, schmozzies can say whatever they want. The reason TikTok is a place we all like to be is because there are some rules governing it. So that's what, like, even if in the short term it stays, the real fear and what is probably going to happen is Trump is going to oversee a sale of TikTok to some of his friends who are going to turn
You
it
know that
in,
payment is more
what Mark
sophisticated now
Zuckerberg is
than
now
computers.
doing. What Mark Zuckerberg is now doing with the Meta platforms. Mark Zuckerberg's not getting rid of content moderation and fact checking in other countries. It's just in America for Trump, right? Who cares? The truth can die in service of billionaires getting richer. That's what we're seeing. This all has to do with the consolidation of an oligarchy. But yeah, I think we have to dissent in any and every way we can. Like, but yeah, it's a complex problem. Oh, what did I want to show you? I had something I needed to show you guys. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. One thing that's funny. I want to show you guys what Chrissy did. So we were, Chrissy, one of my amazing mods, we were all talking, very angrily talking about the TikTok ban. And we're like, we need to call Tom Cotton this morning. So we were all finding phone numbers to call Tom, just, because I don't know if you guys ever have left really funny messages for senators, and just, I mean, it can be entertaining, especially when you record them or whatever. And then Joanna and Chrissy were calling, and then we realized that he has his phones like blocked, or they're not ringing, probably because he knows this is going to happen. So Chrissy and Joanna are at work. So, I mean, who still has a fax machine? Their jobs do. So Chrissy is at work. Hold on. Sending faxes. Like, I hope this is dark enough. Can you guys see this? This is a fax Chrissy sent this morning to Senator Tom Cotton. Against the will of 170 million Americans, you are trying to ban TikTok. You are a traitor to the citizens of the United States. You should resign in shame. I mean, if you have a fax machine and you're trapped at work, why not? Why not start sending weird fact W Chrissy? Absolutely. W Chrissy, she's at work doing the Lord's work. Is it I know. You should resign in shame, heart. Like, isn't this funny? Because I'm like, who even knows how to send a fax? Yeah, if you're fax0.com, Fish Trucker says there's a way to send faxes online. Perfect. I didn't even know that. Like, even when like, that's how it is in the tech industry too. Like, if you had to send a fax, like, we did it digitally. So yeah, I'm aware you can do that. But yeah, I just thought it made me smile because we all have a lot of anxiety. Losing our freedoms is pretty annoying, but yeah. Yeah, get to sending weird faxes. Send a fax of your butt. I don't know. Like, Tom Cotton, how many trees have to die until Tom Cotton preserves TikTok? I have a rotary. That's awesome. Is that where you like put your finger like in the hole and dial like this? Is that what a rotary is? Or sorry if I got that wrong. Or is a rotary where you like crank the phone? Which one? The first one? My grandmother, I remember, like, they have a farm from like the 1900s, and it was like you had to like literally like crank the phone to like talk to the operator. And I was like, what is this? How much money did Tom? I don't know. Like, it's very interesting to watch this happen. Like, because there are two factions of the Republican Party that have some very different views. I would say the good thing about Trump is he understands the power of media and likes to use it for himself. But like, again, I will say I wouldn't worry so much about the short term. The nightmare for me and why everyone needs to follow me on YouTube, because eventually I think we'll probably have to move the lives there, is that this will become, if they sell it, they'll sell it to some either tech billionaires like Elon Musk or, God forbid, Mark Zuckerberg or Kevin O'Leary, and they'll make a platform like what happened with Twitter, the Twitter to X transition, and none of us will want to be here anyways. That's my real fear.
Paper is more sophisticated
like,
now than computers.
I do a lot of research on X, but I don't post on X. I can't. We're live on X actually in Spaces, but that's more of dissent, like just to stay in their faces. But like, I don't want to post on there. I don't want to be there. Like, it's like a horror show. I feel like I'm bearing witness to a horror show. So, but anyways, W Chrissy for sending this fax to Tom Cotton. Actually, to be correct, I believe she said she'd already sent it 6 times. Yeah, Jeff, it's not. Well, first of all, Kevin O'Leary is rich, but it's not. Nobody even think about. Elon Musk did not buy Twitter, right? He had an investment group, which was primarily the Saudis. Like, nobody is going to. Kevin O'Leary is not buying Twitter outright. I mean, wouldn't buy TikTok outright. He has a group of investors that he is the spokesperson to. If you were here at the beginning of the show yesterday, I showed you guys a photo. Kevin O'Leary was at Mar-a-Lago Tuesday playing golf with Trump. Talking about he wants his investment group to be the first in line to buy TikTok. We do not want Kevin O'Leary to buy TikTok, believe me. I think he's probably less awful than Elon Musk, but like, the principles are the same. They've seen what's possible and the power of social media. Like, imagine if you don't even have to be a billionaire. Imagine if you have hundreds of millions of dollars and you've watched what X did for Elon Musk, what buying Twitter has done for him, how it's made him the most important voice in the room. And in a world where truth no longer matters, right? I suggest the book, The End of Reality, where truth no longer matters. Whoever has the most followers, the biggest reach, That's apparently the person with the truth nowadays. And that's very valuable. And also I've talked about this. I talk about, oh, and I know someone in the comments could tell me the name. I always talk about one of my favorite books. It's basically about the end of capitalism, or it's like capitalism is dead or something, the rise of techno feudalism. You have to understand what the value of TikTok is and why forcing a sale of it. These marketplaces, right? Capitalism was about anybody can come to the town square and sell their product. You can bring your apples in your apple cart to the town square and sell your apples. That's capitalism. Capitalism is dead in America. Now we have techno feudalism. Techno feudalism is a few very rich billionaires, right, own these marketplaces and they charge you to sell your product, right? If you want to sell products on Amazon, you're giving a percentage to Jeff Bezos. Same with TikTok. There's only a few of these huge marketplaces in existence, and this could be the last time in a long time one comes up for sale. That's why this is so valuable to Trump and his billionaire cronies. Oh, did he finally settle? Did you guys know? I saw that. Who wrote that? Was that Chet? Yeah. I was going to update you guys on last I heard, Rudy Giuliani was like 2+ hours late to his hearing. So I was going to listen or watch the hearing, but he was an hour and 44 minutes late and was taking pictures of his dog and posting them on the internet. So I was like, oh my God, is he really not going to show up to court? But it sounds like Chet is saying he finally did. Good. Whatever's happening with, this is how I honestly feel about it. I will believe that they're getting their money when they get it. Rudy Giuliani, pay somebody something, and then we'll believe you that you're settling. I know. I wonder if Trump finally gave him here. I want to check and see if it's in my, I have so many things to talk about. We'll get to it. We'll get to it a little later. I want to go over we have some important updates. Okay. This is big news. One of the last sane people, right, in the House, Representative Mike Turner, he's like the adult in the room. It's so funny because Ron Filipkowski is kind of calling him bipartisan. I don't think of him as that, but he's one of the saner Republicans and one of the most important. He was the chair of the House Intelligence Committee. Mike Johnson kicked him out. This is one of the highest ranking, most important people in the House. He is no longer in charge of the House Intelligence Committee. He got thrown out. Well, the speaker can kick anyone out of their jobs. The speaker can kick anyone off committees. Yeah, anything can happen. So yeah, it's the speaker's discretion, quite honestly. But this is crazy. And this goes towards exactly the Tulsi Gabbard stuff, which I have a big update on Tulsi. It's not looking great for her. But this is what Trump wants. Trump does not want competent people, anybody with ethics that could blow the whistle on him, that would do the right thing, that is a smarter person in the room, that has years of experience. He does not want any of these people in any positions of power. It's quite sad. I mean, and at first people Mike Johnson's nuts. Why would he do this? And then it came out, no, that's what Trump wanted. Of course it was. Just like the flags are going to be not flown at half staff during Trump's inauguration, which is so disrespectful to Jimmy Carter. Yeah. And then DeSantis. This is less important. When DeSantis has tantrums, I do think they should be noted. DeSantis is now trying to impress Trump. In my opinion, the reason is because this morning, if you note, Trump wanted DeSantis to appoint Lara Trump as the senator to Florida, and he wasn't going to. So he wanted to do Trump a big favor before he was going to have to announce that he's not going to let Lara Trump walk into the Senate. Thank fucking God. But so he wanted to call a special session of the Florida state legislature where he has a supermajority and get Trump funding to deport illegal immigrants, to which I have to say, as someone who lived in Miami for a year, I find this hilarious for all the there's so many Spanish speaking people from South America, from countries south of here or in the Caribbean. This is what you guys voted for. This is what you guys wanted. Now DeSantis is trying to call a special session to fund the deportation of undocumented immigrants. I'm talking about the many Hispanic people, of which some I have relatives who are in the Miami community who did, in fact, vote for Trump. They did. A lot of them did. They are Republicans. They're conservatives. And then if you would ask them, at least my family members, like, hey, aren't you? Thank you, DJ Leopardus. And then when I would ask my family members, like, aren't you scared of being deported? Or, and they're always like, that's never going to happen. That's just a threat. That's just something he's saying. It's not real. So I do find it very funny that now DeSantis is calling a special session to give Trump money to deport. I mean, they have said that industries in Florida, hospitality, agriculture, construction, they're all going to crash when they deport these people. So good luck. But anyways, what happened was, for the first time ever, the Florida legislature was like, no, we're not going to have a special session. And DeSantis had a giant fit because they would not convene. They're like, we meet at certain times. Thank you so much, Tanya. I haven't seen you in a while. It's so good to see you, Tanya. You're the best. They convene, like, these are the Florida legislature, state legislature is part-time. They are paid next to nothing, and none of them live in Tallahassee. These people all have their own jobs, and he's trying to make them all like like drop everything, go to Tallahassee to give Trump money to deport undocumented immigrants. So, and in my opinion, so when DeSantis had to announce that he's not going to let Lara Trump be a senator, that he had given Trump something. Anyways, and so he threw a little fit. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Do you guys know? So the Supreme Court heard the Cornhub oral arguments yesterday. There is a Cornhub lawsuit that made it to the Supreme Court. If you don't know, Cornhub is being banned in several states, or is banned. I think it's blocked in places like Texas. I think it just was blocked in Florida. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I am clear about this. Yes, Jassy, that's what I'm explaining. So what I'm explaining with the DeSantis thing is, this happened yesterday, right? What DeSantis wanted was to force the Florida state legislature to quickly convene in Florida and give Trump a gift. Basically, give Trump funding to deport undocumented immigrants. Because this is Tuesday and Wednesday. Because this morning, right, he just announced that, in fact, Lara Trump will not be a senator. It's going to be, and everyone kind of knew. It has been rumored he was going to appoint his AG, who's Ashley Moody. So, which, thank God, at least we're appointing someone with a brain. I mean, maybe she's not using it for good, but we got someone with a brain. What do you, Kathy? You can do simple Google searches. These words that I'm showing here say these things. This is being reported in the news, Kathy. Prove what I'm saying. Yeah, Kathy, read is my advice to you. You can read, right? I am reporting the news. That's what this show is about. Receipts. These would be the receipts. Anyways, sorry, Kathy was like, prove what you're saying. I'm like, what? Am I the only person that notices? This is literally written right here in the what in the world? Bless your heart, Kathy. Bless your heart. Use your eyes. You could do it, Kathy. These are not tears, Kathy. That was me laughing at you. I think you're very confused about emotions. See, here are the words. Ron DeSantis threw a temper tantrum today after Republican state Senate president and House Speaker rejected his demand that they call a special session immediately to help provide funding to help Trump mass deport migrants. All you got, that's the key in life, is reading. Just, I know it's beyond you. But anyways, we're done with that.
More sophisticated now.
So the long story short is DeSantis wanted to get that done as a little gift for Trump. They were golfing yesterday, and I'm sure he wanted to be like, oh, look at this gift I have for you. Oh, and by the way, tomorrow I have to announce that I'm making Ashley Moody senator and not Lara. But it didn't work out that way. But I'm glad like I said, I'll take Ashley Moody any day over Lara Trump. Is the least qualified person in history. So back to the Corn Hub lawsuit, because this is hilarious. You want to know how out of touch Alito is? Like, oh, bless Alito's heart. So if you like, I think Florida is one, Texas is one that has now banned Corn Hub. Like, you can't.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Like, you can't log on. Yeah, I believe. And I'm not even sure. Yeah, without ID. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Thank you. Yeah, it's without ID, and who's gonna like put their ID like in or whatever. So the Supreme Court was hearing the oral arguments of this lawsuit yesterday, and so Alito is like, oh, maybe Corn Hub's not that bad. Like, because I guess he thinks like pornography, like his last reference to it is like Playboy. Because, like, especially older Playboys, there's articles, there were reporters that wrote for Playboy. And so Alito was in oral arguments. Like, he has clearly never seen Corn Hub, or this was the best. Like, him being like, no one will think I've ever been there now. Like, he literally was like, what percentage of the material is not obscene? Is it like the old Playboy magazine where you have essays in there by Gore Vidal and William F. Buckley Jr.? Talk about date. I find this hilarious. Not exactly. They have plots, though, somewhat. At least that's what people have told me, because I don't know anything about all that. That's hilarious. Like, I just find Alito hilarious that he's like, wait a minute, is it like a magazine? Like, Alito, somebody show Alito screenshots of Corn Hub. Like, he needs to do his research before oral arguments. Oh, I don't know if this is good news or bad news. Take it for whatever you will. But as far as Tulsi Gabbard, right, she's said to be the director of national intelligence, which is probably the scariest thing ever. This is coming from a Republican publication. The Washington Street Journal is reporting Republican senators were very unhappy, which I'm not surprised. Like, I've listened to a lot of Tulsi Gabbard interviews and things. Like, she's not smart. So not Democratic senators, because she's not even meeting with Democratic senators, but Republican senators are reporting they were very unhappy with their meetings with her. Their sources were multiple Republican Senate staffers and even a Trump transition official, which shows Team Trump may already be making plans to go in a different direction if she washes out. No, she's not smarter than me. And I say that with the utmost confidence. Yeah, stick around and you'll see how smart I am, Robbie. Anyways, in her meeting with senators, someone was trying to insult my intelligence. I have a lot of things, but unintelligence is not one. In her meeting with Senator James Langford, right? Remember who Senator James Langford is? That's the guy Trump endorsed in 2022 as tough on the border. He negotiated the bipartisan border bill. He's a senator from Oklahoma. Gabbard was this is in her meeting with Senator James Langford, Gabbard wasn't even capable of explaining what exactly the role of Director of National Intelligence entails. When she met with Senator Mike Rounds, he's from South Dakota, Gabbard was confused about some key laws and policies on intelligence surveillance powers. Like she doesn't even know like what FISA warrants are. Probably that's what and continued to mix up some policies and statutes with others, demonstrating that she doesn't understand exactly what the Director of National Intelligence does. I'm not. This is the thing. This is a specialized job. It's the example. What we were talking about with Pete Hegseth too, right? Like he was a major in the National Guard or whatever. He commanded like a platoon or a couple platoons, and he's an 04 in rank, right? The highest rank is an O is 10. So, like, think of all the assigned reading, all the trainings, all the on the job experience that he doesn't have, and it's the same with her. Like these people that work in intelligence, I mean, yeah, I don't even. This is just a learning curve. She doesn't. She doesn't have any of the experience necessary. So I'm not saying, and I want to be clear because, like, I'm not even insulting her intelligence. Like I believe most people have an aptitude to learn. Like I'm a teacher. I'm not saying she doesn't have aptitude to learn. I'm saying she has no experience. Like so she can't even conceive of what the job actually entails. Dale. That's David. David, if anyone's wondering why I'm screaming at someone who's not there, it's David in the comments. His name's Dale. He's my first troll. I haven't seen you in a while, Dale. It's nice to have you. When asked by Rounds, the longer we don't talk to each other, Dale, I'm starting to miss you. When asked by Rounds how, as the Director of National Intelligence, she would handle specific elements of the job, she said she would have to wait and see when she gets there. Those kinds of answers reportedly did not make Rounds very happy. But then she came back for a second meeting with Rounds, and she apparently was prepped with the correct answers because he said that meeting was much better than the first. How comforting. But can I also say this? I want to just make an argument for Tulsi Gabbard, which I know you guys are like, puke. Why? This is my argument, though. We all yesterday combed through that Pete Hegseth hearing. He has no idea how to do that job. He didn't know he didn't know any countries in the ASEAN alliance, right? Like, so my point being, I think that Republicans have a tendency, like, you know, it's like what we were talking about, like male Republicans failing up. Like Pete Hegseth has no idea what he's doing, has no idea what he's talking about, but he's a man, so they're like, oh, he'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna let Pete Hegseth, who mismanaged two nonprofits and has never completed an audit, has no business being in charge of the Pentagon, if he can do that, then let her do this. That's my point. You know what? Yeah, if you're gonna let Alpha Chad, exactly, Pete Hegseth, who is so unqualified, it is a laughable joke. And I'm not talking about the grape, the essay, the adultery, the drinking. I'm not talking about any of those things. I'm talking about his actual work qualifications. He is yes, he did do 5 sets of 47 push-ups. Thank you, Miller, for reminding us of his he did let us know that he can do 5 sets of 47 push-ups. So that's what I'm saying. I bet Tulsi Gabbard didn't go in there and say how many sets of push-ups she could do. And so let's put it in perspective. I wholeheartedly believe that Tulsi Gabbard is smarter than Pete Hegseth. And I think sometimes when you're a woman, particularly like an attractive woman, especially in the Republican Party, she doesn't get any respect. So yeah, like I just want to put that in perspective because I don't want to shit on her because I actually believe wholeheartedly she is more qualified for a job she's not qualified for than Pete Hegseth is. Okay, we went over that. Okay, now we can start. Give me 1 second. We'll start the good stuff. Are we at 100K? We can do it. Keep tapping the screen. Tapping is
You
clapping.
know that
Tap, tap,
paper is more
tap.
sophisticated now than computers.
Kathy's here because we're going to help her learn, you guys. Unless Kathy continues to annoy the s out of us, then we might have to reconsider. But I'm an equal opportunity educator. We could help Kathy. Keep sharing the live. Thank you, Grandma, for sharing the live. You're awesome. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. I saw the new Karen is Kathy. Who wrote that? That's funny. Okay, again, Trump is after the windmills. And this is serious, you guys. We're not going to laugh. I know we have had some really good laughs about Trump and the windmills lately, but I actually have done some research on the windmills because I just want to, I mean, not research. It's nothing we haven't really gone over before, but I just, for the record, think it's important that we make this clear. Sorry, I just remembered something else I wanted to share with you guys. I'm just looking through my notes. You know me, so many notes, so little time. I think I have it saved somewhere. So anyways, Trump posts this yesterday. Windmills are an economic and environmental disaster. I don't want even one. Listen to this. This is what literally 17% of our country is in poverty, and Trump is like, these damn windmills are out to get me. I don't even want one built during my administration. The thousands of dead and broken ones should be ripped dead and broken ones. He thinks they're alive. Should be ripped down ASAP. Most expensive energy. No, I'll give you more information on that. Only work with massive government subsidies. What are you talking about? Which we no longer pay. Okay, so I just wanted to get more into. Oh, wait, hold on. Yep, hold on. I've got to find it. I know I have these screenshots somewhere. Let me just think about the easiest way to do this.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Thank you. Tap the screen. Please subscribe. I'm trying to get to 600 subscribers. It would be greatly appreciated. Let me just open the outline really quick and go to this there. I just want to show you guys two resources that I think will be helpful for this windmill argument. I believe I have them in the outline anyways. Let's see. Yep. Okay. So I'm just going to show you guys some articles. You can screenshot them. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but just some information about. Oh, I hope I'm signed into my New York Times account. Yep. Okay. So Trump promises to end new wind farms. This is a recent article. And this actually, the reason I wanted to, if you guys want to screenshot this is, like I said, it's a New York Times article. All of this is in today's outline. So again, if you're part of the Discord, you can just get this in the live sources section. I put the whole outline, all the links in there every day. So it's just talking about, Trump's recent never-ending attacks on windmills. But the interesting part down here is Mr. Trump's pronouncement may surprise leaders in some states. And this is what I'm saying. Like, I was making the point when we were talking about this. It depends on where you are. Like in Arizona, because we have, they call it the greater Phoenix area where I am. It's called the Valley of the Sun because we're surrounded by mountains. There's a lot of mountains. It breaks up the wind. This is not a place where we don't have a lot of windmills. But you better believe you cannot throw a rock in Arizona without hitting a solar panel. Now, we do have solar panels. That I'm saying that because wherever you are in the country, right, that's going to be, is it advantageous for you to have wind? I've lived a lot of places, you guys know that, but when I lived in Sioux Falls, South Dakota for a year, and I was like, oh, so this is what the northern jet stream is, right? That's a stream of wind that's flowing across southern Canada and the northern United States. There's not a lot of mountains in the Midwest. So that's where, wind energy can be they can generate a lot of power from wind, right? So again, It's regional. It depends on where you are, right? Wind, like for Phoenix and the way Phoenix works, no, we don't have a lot of windmills, but we have solar panels everywhere. Or like for Texas, obviously, they probably are oil and gas is more profitable and closer, they're closer to refineries. It just depends. But here, wait, did I scroll past it? Oh, here we go. According to the Department of Energy, wind power is one of the fastest growing and lowest cost sources of electricity in the United States. So I just wanted to, because Trump is always like, it's so expensive. This is crazy. Like they actually have a link to a study here done by a third party. If you ever want to use a resource, that's why I wanted to show you this article. So and I didn't know this, it accounts for 22% of new installed electricity capacity it accounted, for 22% of new installed electricity capacity in 2022. An amount the agency said represented $12 billion in capital investment. And the industry employs more than 125,000 workers. The number one state for wind energy is Texas, and it has been for 2.5 decades. That's quite interesting too. So this is a bipartisan energy source. The fact is that wind energy is cheap and clean American-made power, right? Wait, I wanted to go back. Yeah. Trump's quote, he said, "We are going to have a policy where no windmills are being built." He's saying not one new windmill will be built. Trump's pronouncement may surprise leaders in some states, including Republican-led Wyoming, Iowa, and Texas, where wind energy has rapidly expanded in recent years. Those states are typically larger with more open space, and many are in the gusty middle of the country with some of the best potential for wind energy on the planet. In 2023, wind farms accounted for 22% of the electricity generated in Texas, and I didn't know this, 59% of the power produced in Iowa is wind energy. 59%. And Trump saying they can't build windmills. Gail, I don't hate birds. Why do you hate birds? I don't hate birds. Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are doing fine. They have evolved over time. They're doing just fine. They'll be here long after us. So anyways, this is interesting. Oh, and let me just show you the resource here I wanted to show you. To date, companies in the United States have built more than 153 gigawatts of wind power capacity, with more than 2/3 of that in states carried by Trump in the November election, including Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, South Dakota, and Indiana. So he's going to cripple, essentially, the power supply in red states by doing this. Where I just wanted to find here it is. Mr. Trump also said electricity produced by wind turbines was more expensive than generating power from gas. And again, I looked into this extensively, and the reason I'm reading this is because I totally agree with what this says. Direct cost comparisons can be difficult. It's so true. There's so many factors and supply chain and issues like that. It's very true. It's just hard to make a one-to-one comparison. That's how you know Trump's always lying. These are nuanced conversations. But anyways, even without federal subsidies, so now he's always like, oh, it's the subsidies. Even without federal subsidies, it is often cheaper to build a wind farm to generate electricity than it is to build a combined cycle gas turbine and produce the same amount of power. And this is the link, according to data from Lazard, an investment firm. So if you want this article, if you ever want data to actually talk about this, like in a debate or with family or whatever, you can get it from here. Right. But I also want to read this part because I agree. It depends on supply chain. It depends on so many things. So, however, the wind farm may require costly long distance transmission lines and needs to be backed up by other sources since the wind blows intermittently. Right. By contrast, a gas plant can run on demand. In recent years, many electric utilities have concluded, and this is what I will always say, it depends on where you are in the country and that it's most cost effective to build a mix of resources, right? Wind, solar, as well as gas. You want to have all of the resources you can, all the power resources you can, because if one fails, then you have backups. Like that's the way it goes in Arizona, right? So I agree with that. I think it's a really nuanced problem. But the next thing I wanted to talk about is why, right? Why is Trump saying that? Which I don't think I put it in the I mean, I put it in this outline. So these are my outlines if anyone ever wondered what they look like. It's less attractive than the pictures here. And this is what I wanted to remind people of. This is why Trump is doing this with windmills. I mean, we always like to joke that he's crazy. I mean, it sounds crazy when he starts doing the whale stuff, right? Yeah, windmills are not killing whales. And like he starts screaming about the whales and what are we going to do? That's nuts. But this is why. Do you guys remember this Washington Post exclusive that came out?
This news story was written by Josh Dawsey
Oops,
and
I didn't
Maxine.
mean to play it. Sorry. I didn't mean to play the story. What Trump promised oil CEOs as he asked them to steer $1 billion to his campaign. Donald Trump has pledged to scrap President Biden's policies on electric vehicles and wind opposed by the fossil fuel industry. That's what this is about. When we were listening to Robert Reich, I think that's how you. I think that's how you. Sorry. He promised when Trump told them to like pool their money and I'll get you I'll deregulate and I'll get rid of wind and I'll get rid of electric vehicles. He said this prior to Elon Musk spending $277 million on the election, right? So Trump is not going to anymore be shitting on EVs, right? Because that's Elon Musk's territory. So this is my opinion. This is why, right? Yes, he was going to probably go after electric vehicles. Think of how many times you've heard him doing it. Oh, we're going to get rid of the electric vehicle mandates, you know, the ones that never existed. And he ran on that in the election and people believed it. But this is, I'm just talking about why are you only hearing him scream about the windmills? And not be like electric cars. You know, he could easily, if he wanted to go after Elon, be like, why are they setting on fire and all this stuff? You know, there's so many ways he could go after EVs if he wanted to, or the charging stations. I used to hear him do it. And he's gotten a lot quieter on electric vehicles once Elon Musk's money started pouring in. Trump is transactional. He was essentially paid to be quiet on that, but he still hates windmills. And in fairness, he's trying to protect the whales. We're almost to 100K. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing job. Let me just go back to my other presentation. Oh, wow. I have so many windows open. Do you ever look at how many windows you have open? Just,
you know, that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Okay. So back to the presentation because I apparently forgot to screenshot those and add them. So next from Truth Social, I know I go on there, so you don't have to. I did think this was funny. I mean, laugh so you don't cry. But last night at like 8, Trump is like, you know, he's saying, yay, I appointed all these people to my administration. And in order to commemorate that, he just starts trashing everyone in his last administration. He's just like, I've appointed 1,000 people to my new administration. I'd like to take this time to shit on other people who worked for me before. And this is what is fascinating to me about Republicans and about MAGA. It's like they never learn. Look what happened to the last people that works for Donald Trump. You all end up under the bus. All of you. And yet people are still lining up to end up under the wheels of the bus. Listen to this. It would be helpful if you would not send or recommend to us people who worked with or are endorsed by Americans for No Prosperity, headed by Charles Koch. He's after a Koch brother. Like, what? Dumb as a rock, John Bolton. Bird brain, Nikki Haley. Mike Pence. He didn't say anything mean about Pence. I'm surprised. Disloyal warmongers, Dick Cheney and his psycho daughter, Liz. What? Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan. Oh, they're trashing Paul Ryan this morning on. I think it was on Fox. I think it was on Fox. I saw Paul Ryan just getting run over. Mark Milley, James Mattis. Mattis is a hero. Mark Milley is a hero. Esper, he added a Y. I was like, who is Mark Esper? Or any of the other people suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, more commonly known as TDS. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's so funny. Sorry. So again, that's what Trump's appointed now, over 1,000 people to his administration. And this goes to the DeSantis stuff. So I'm glad I told you about it. So remember I told you that whole long kind of drawn out story about DeSantis? He wanted to, sorry, I have to fidget. It's my ADHD chair. You can sit like 100 ways in it. If you have ADHD or fidgeting problems and you're interested in this awesome chair, I put the link in my link tree for anybody who can't sit still in chairs. I put the link in my link tree if you want to check it out because it's changed my life. I love this thing. Sorry, but that's neither here nor there. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 100K. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, I need to open this too. Sorry, so many things going on. So again, I was telling you about Ron DeSantis. He wanted to call the special session of the Florida legislature where he has a supermajority to present Trump essentially with a gift. He was going to get him funding to deport migrants, right? And then and he wanted to do that before he played golf with Trump yesterday. So DeSantis is talking about playing golf. DeSantis was on a podcast talking about playing golf with Trump at Mar-a-Lago yesterday.
Who won in golf though? Who had the best score? Let me start with that.
Well, we were on the same team, so it was two of us versus three other players, and the president and I won the match, which was good because I didn't want to be a drag on that. You know, I played with him a bunch over the years, and a lot of times he'll have a touring pro will be his partner, and then I'm sitting there with some random, we're just getting killed. So it was good to do, and we were down in in West Palm and his course at Trump International. It is a really top flight golf course, and he does a really good job with all his properties, but this is a really good. So I mean, it's not the easiest course because these are big time holes to be able to do. But
Okay, Ron. But here is the interesting part of this interview and why I'm showing this. First of all, number one rule, say something good about Trump's golf game. Oh, really quick. Thank you so much, Susan. I think lots of people are smarter than Pete. Amen, Susan. That's a good call. Hope your work day is going great. And from Kieran, you're great. Your trolls suck. F. Kathy and Dale. I'm just reading the messages that I was paid to read. Thank you, Kieran. Looking strong jawline, Kieran, looking very handsome. Oh, sorry, I missed another one. John says, "You're literally my news. Thank you for everything." Thank you, John. I appreciate you so, so much. Just making sure I didn't miss any more. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K. We're going to get, I can feel it. Today could be our highest ever. We can break 600K. Okay, so wait, let me make sure. Yeah, it's this next one. Okay, so tell me if this pisses you off or not. Ron DeSantis was on this podcast and basically saying, when I was golfing, I was talking to Trump and he basically doesn't care about inflation. I'm sorry, I'm not saying it right. He basically is saying Trump says, he was elected not because of inflation, which I don't want to just say that, MAGA. If you knew what inflation was, it's the rate at which prices increase, right? the eggs that you've been screaming about, right? All of that stuff. DeSantis is saying, oh yeah, Trump basically said he was mainly elected not for inflation, not because of the rate at which prices were increasing and that Americans can't afford anything, but for immigration.
He told me, he said, listen, I know inflation's a big deal. He's like, but I think the number one reason that he got elected, he said, was because of the immigration and the border issue.
Which is hilarious because that's not a problem, right? We know, we have data on that. Thanks, Joe Biden. Since December 2023, the height of encounters at the border, our rolling like 7-day average was somewhere around 8,500 to December 2024, right? We have reduced encounters at the southern border by 75%, like, which is, I mean, as someone who's into statistics, that's very hard to do. Who knew that you could just get an app and people would just make appointments and everything would be fine? And that's without funding. Cool. I've never seen that gift before. Thank you so much, Dolphin. You're amazing. There's 420 people in here. 420. Tap the screen. I just had to say that. So anyways, this is all Trump's trying to focus on immigration, and we'll get there. I have some things to show you. Oh, and we went through this TikTok article, so we don't need to do that again. This is the TikTok article we went through while I was skipping around at the beginning. Oh, I did have my windmill stuff in here. Oh, now I'm annoyed. I never had to leave. I did have all my windmill stuff in here. Yep. And I had this. Oh, this is last thing about TikTok. So again, and I say this for Republicans and Democrats, like I do think, I think most of us on TikTok, whether you're right, left, far right, far left, like we all enjoy being here. For reasons, some of ours are different than others, but it looks like TikTok CEO is going to attend Trump's inauguration. So that would be a day after, it looks like TikTok won't go dark on Sunday. But I do see this as a good thing because, again, the TikTok law, the TikTok ban, that it's pretty strong. The way that bill's written, it probably will hold up. But because they have the House, the Senate, and the executive branch, they could either write a new bill, they can amend the bill, like things could change, or a sale will be forced. They'll be forced to divest. But either way, I think communication is good, right? So it does look like TikTok CEOs, along with the rest of the Pick Me tech bros, will be at the inauguration. What part of this? I feel like I wanted to read one part of this. No, I think we know that. The Washington Post reported Wednesday, Trump is exploring issuing an executive order. Yes, this is the part I wanted to read. So Trump is exploring issuing an executive order once he enters office to halt enforcement of the law for 60 or 90 days, a move that would give the app a temporary reprieve. So just to be clear, and that's written into the bill, right? The 60 or 90 day reprieve is written into the TikTok ban bill. It says, as long as TikTok is making good faith movements towards divesting, then there could be a 60 to 90 day reprieve. So we'll just have to see, but it looks like we're all still stuck together for at least 90 days, Dale. Trump is the reason we're in this problem. He started this problem. So at the very best, which again, Dale, you don't understand even the problem. I don't believe that the US government, and you shouldn't either, Dale, you give libertarian vibes. You should not want the government, Congress, the president, the Supreme Court to be able to force corporations to divest, to sell to other people that the American government lines up. This is not good. This is a precedent none of us should want to see set. This is crazy. But again, I'll keep you guys posted, but it's the who's who of the tech industry at that inauguration. Again, I don't know yet if I'll like I'm not going to stream the inauguration or anything. I genuinely have never watched an inauguration in my life. So, but I'll probably like cover it or the highlights or something the next day, but I don't intend to like stream it or anything. Okay. Now, I want to talk about the Israel-Hamas ceasefire. I want to do ceasefire. I'm doing ceasefire because, yeah, there's many things about this that I have a problem with. But I'm going to play some of these clips and show you some, the tech bros will now have control of our government. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the point. And I will say, like, my one criticism, and to be fair, it's something that Mark Cuban was discussing on X and in a Twitter, in a space, which is like a live on X, is that I think we froze the tech bros out maybe too much, right? Like they felt unheard, like nobody was listening to them during the Biden administration. And now we see this huge reaction, this huge overcorrection. But then again, I'm not saying that Biden should have given them preferential treatment, but I think when we turned our back on them and then the next up in line is a malignant narcissist, and I don't even mean that as an insult, I mean it to say he's transactional, right? He's for sale to the highest bidder, and the tech bros have money. So again, we're going to talk about the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, which that is kind of it's kind of relevant to the same. Some of these themes are relevant.
State. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. It's a very good afternoon because at long last, I can announce a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached.
I want to just address something in the comments really quick. Who said that? Steel Peach. Yeah, they were given enough tax breaks to become massive. Oh, that's the least of it. I think I'm being misunderstood. Like the tech industry, if you're unaware, like the United States taxpayers, we created the internet. They have no businesses without the infrastructure that was created by the United States government via our tax dollars, right? That's us. We created, they exist at our leisure. Like we did all of that. So yeah, and again, there was many subsidies given, tax breaks, all sorts of things. But yeah, like it's the United States infrastructure that allows that allows any of them to have the money that they now have. So this is Biden kind of going over the phases of the ceasefire. And the reason I want to just play this is this always seems to happen. It's always, ceasefire reached. Let me give you an example of one time it happened that drove me nuts. Do you guys remember when Obama, and this is for you, Dale. I'm going to criticize Obama real quick. Dale, enjoy this. Close your eyes and enjoy this because it rarely will happen. Do you remember when Obama was president and he had like the women's soccer team there and he was like, we've ended the gender pay gap. Does anyone remember that? Like that never, what? No, you didn't. What are you talking about? Like, a lawsuit was settled where only a few players got a pittance of money and literally nothing else changed. So I'm only saying that to say, like, when you do this, like, giant press conference and you're like, ceasefire, but this is a very complicated process. There are a million things that could have gone wrong. We know, Dale, you and every other MAGA Republican. I voted for Obama, and then Trump came down the escalator. Yeah, we know. We've heard the story. You guys all tell the same story. You don't need to tell us you voted for Obama. You guys all tell the same exact tale. So anyways, here's the prongs, the different phases of this ceasefire.
The elements of this deal were what I laid out in detail this past May, which was embraced by countries around the world and endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. The deal is structured in 3 phases. Phase 1 will last 6 weeks. It includes a full and complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from all the populated areas of Gaza, and the release of a number of hostages held by Hamas, including women and elderly and the wounded. And I'm proud to say Americans will be part of that hostage release in phase one as well. And the Vice President and I cannot wait to welcome them home. In exchange, Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And during phase one, the Palestinians can also return to their neighborhoods.
They return to their neighborhoods of rubble? Can they? Oh, that's so... Did you hear that, guys? The Palestinians can return to their neighborhoods that no longer exist. Can their kids go back to the school that doesn't exist? This is... I'm sorry. I'm having a very hard time. Oh, why now, please? Why you think now? Okay, I know. I feel like, Dale, you want me to say it's because of Trump, but I feel like I've talked about this a lot, and I'm annoyed about this, but not for the reasons everyone else is. Like, does anyone remember for months when I was like, this always happens? Like, Israel is like our awful stepchild, like that we created, that is now like, hey, this is what you guys taught me, and is running amok and doing horrible things, and we're just like, oh, like, what do we do with this kid? They're out of control. And this has happened. This happens a lot leading up to presidential elections, right? When your hands are tied, because let's say if Trump takes a stand, like, you can't take a hard stand on Israel prior to a presidential election. Israel knows this, and they always start doing horrific things because they know, oh, here's our window to act crazy. Because if Biden's like, no, we're putting a stop to this, then the Zionist he'll lose the Zionist vote. And if he's like, no, I'm a Zionist, then he loses the progressive vote. Like, and Israel knows this and takes advantage of this time period around presidential elections. Just watch in the future. You'll see. I mean, this was sort of a more massive situation, but no, this is very, very common. They act a fool, then a president is elected, and then they're like, oh, just kidding, like, we're going to stop now. Now, I know, like, the argument is Trump had something to do with this. Like, I in my opinion, and you can make, there's lines of logic that you could make and say that he had something to do with it. I'll give you an example of one I think is reasonable, but like, no, for me, it's all timing. This is something Israel does leading up to presidential elections when they know nothing significant can be done. They start doing committing atrocities and getting away with it. But as far as like, what could Trump have had to do with this? With the actual meat and potatoes, the negotiations, like the plan. No, that's all Biden's. But I'll say this: Trump is transactional, right? We've been talking about that. So I don't know how much you guys know about Israeli politics, but Netanyahu, right? Netanyahu isn't even like the farthest right. There's a far right fringe in Israel, and I don't think they will still vote for this ceasefire, because this still has to get through whatever, I can't even remember, is it their parliament or whatever? This still has to be approved. But they probably, it probably will end up working. They just won't vote or whatever. Because there's probably a deal to be made with Trump, right? Trump is transactional. And what do they want? They want to annex the West Bank. That would never happen under like Biden or Obama or any reasonable person, right? You're not going to take more from the Palestinians. Now, under active Zionists who are really into new real estate development, if you make Trump an offer he couldn't refuse, I think logically that far right fringe stands to be able to make a deal with Trump. Like, it's more possible to negotiate with Trump than it is to negotiate with Biden on things like the West Bank. Why did Trump meet with Netanyahu? What do you mean? Why did anyone? But yeah, like, this is Biden's plan. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, probably to make a deal, to talk about the future. The more you read into this, we talked about it. There's plans for like another canal. There's all sorts of development plans for what was Palestine. It will be interesting to see what actually happens. There are all sorts of development plans that a lot of people could stand to make a lot of money off of. So we just have to see. But yeah, like, I mean, the job is done, right? They leveled it. Time to rebuild now. But anyway, so that was phase one. Let's just hear the rest of it, because I think there's at least two more.
All the areas of Gaza. And the surge of humanitarian assistance into Gaza will begin. And the innocent people can have a greater access to these vital supplies. You know, during the next 6 weeks, Israel will negotiate the necessary arrangements to get phase two, which is a permanent end of the war. Let me say it again, a permanent end of the war. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from phase one to phase two, but the plan says if negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, the ceasefire will continue as long as the negotiations continue. I've spoken to the Emir of Kuwait and the President of Egypt, and we have pledged to make sure the negotiations will keep moving forward for as long as it takes. Then, when phase two begins, there will be an exchange for release of the remaining living hostages, including male soldiers, and all remaining Israeli forces will be withdrawn from Gaza, and the temporary ceasefire will become permanent. And finally, phase three, any final remains of hostages who have been killed will be returned to their families, and a major reconstruction plan for Gaza will begin.
Yeah, so I mean, the reconstruction plan, there's where the money comes in. But what is that plan? And that's what has to be decided and will be decided by Trump. And there's a lot of different corporations, entities, countries, right, who could stand to make a lot of money from this, right? I wanted to just, I don't think I want to listen to the rest of this because it's just annoying me. Like, oh, I'll just play these last two parts and then I'm going to show you some articles some assigned reading. So this is when they ask Biden, what part did Trump have in this? Or like, what amount of credit should he get? Something like that.
The future of Gaza now, as you were saying, the implementation of this deal will be in the hands of the next administration. And basically, they will shape the future of Gaza. So how do you see this future? And also, how much credit do you give to the Trump team for this deal? Trump is already taking credit for it.
Well, you know...
he literally was. He was like on Truth Social, like, you're welcome.
This is the exact framework of the deal I proposed back in May. Exact. And we got the world to endorse it. Secondly, it's America's support for Israel that helped them badly weaken Hamas and its backers and create the conditions for this deal. And thirdly, I knew this deal would have to be implemented by the next team. So I told my team to coordinate closely with the incoming team to make sure we're all speaking with the same voice, because that's what American presidents do.
Now, you know what I was thinking and why I want to talk about this? Just remember, like, think about the parallel of this to the Afghanistan withdrawal, because they're in exact opposite positions now, right? Trump made the stupid Afghanistan withdrawal plan, and then they blamed the Afghanistan withdrawal on Biden. So just watch, because if something goes wrong with this peace deal, they're going to blame it on Biden. But just remember, they blamed the Afghanistan withdrawal on Biden. Like, the hypocrisy. That's what I want to talk about, is just watch, because nothing is ever Trump's fault. If something good happens, you're welcome. If something bad happens, he looks around for someone to blame every single time. And again, so even after he says all this, which he was super gracious, you know, he said, hey, like, I'm coordinating with the Trump transition team on this because they're the ones that have to execute the actual plan, you know. Biden's always pretty gracious. actually, I'll wait to say this until after this clip. So even after he says this stuff and someone asks the question, then he's walking away and a reporter said this.
Thank you.
Who gets credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
He said, who gets credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Thank
Who
you.
gets credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke? Oh, thank you.
Is that a joke? Is that a joke? Okay, so this is what when I say assigned reading, no coincidence, literally same day this article comes out and you want to, this is the truth, right? I just want to be clear. Republicans are worse, right? The more Zionist, the more like religious the argument for what Israel is doing, the more atrocities they will allow, right? But Biden is a self-proclaimed Zionist, right? And I suggest a puzzle piece. 1 second. 1 second. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 150K. I appreciate it. Tap, tap, tap. This is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to join the Discord where all the links to these articles and clips are after every show, that is my Feliz Navidad live account down below. Just click on it, follow it, and send a message to that account and say, can I have a link to the Discord? And after the live, I'll get to any requests. If you read one article, please read this article. And I actually did, you know me, I did some bullet points, but you have to read it. But I mean, this is just about the mismanagement. A year of empty threats and a smokescreen policy, how the State Department let Israel get away with horrors in Gaza. And like, this is what we do. Biden's not the first person to do it, right? Use words, right? Rhetoric and say, I'm negotiating a ceasefire. I'm negotiating a ceasefire. Meanwhile, atrocities are being committed and we turn a blind eye to it. Okay. Republicans do it much worse than Democrats, but this is what happens. This is, and I want to be clear, this is not political. This is American foreign policy. This is what America does. So if you're not going to hear me being yay ceasefire. Like, exactly. Thank you, slumber bumper. I was like, that's okay. It's business. This is the American military complex. This is part of our economic drivers. This is how America does business. This is what we did. And I think everybody screenshot this, read the article. It's important. This is another one. This is another ProPublica article. Israel deliberately blocked humanitarian aid to Gaza. Two U.S. governing bodies concluded. Antony Blinken rejected them. This is the reality. Like, don't celebrate what happened. We presided over, at worst, presided over and funded. And at best, stood idly by. But I would say the first is more accurate. Yeah, U.S. Geopolitics 101. This has happened so many times we cannot count. This is par for the course. This is what America does in the rest of the world. And then we're like, yay, ceasefire. We gave them just enough time to wipe out a population of people. And I'm not suggesting Biden himself, because he follows the rules of impoundment. I don't know what he personally could have done, but a lot more rhetoric, a lot more threats. I mean, there could have been a lot more done, in my opinion. Thank you, Miller. I will right now. Need to reset my live goals. Thank you guys. Please do remind me, because you know how it is. You guys know how it is with my brain. I get so into teaching that I forget. Thank you so much. I'm going to pin it. Got it. Okay. So I just want to say, I don't think the ceasefire is necessarily something to celebrate. Thank God it's over. But in my opinion, like I said, this always happens. This is the window of time leading up to presidential elections when people's hands are tied and they can't necessarily do anything, and they don't. And We sat there while we watched it happen on TikTok. So I don't think this is anything to celebrate. And this is the last article, which I would say of all of them, read this one. I mean, all of these articles these are people who worked in the United States State Department being interviewed, talking about this stuff. Like, these are in-depth, this is Pulitzer Prize winning journalism from ProPublica. Blinken is sitting on staff recommendations to sanction Israeli military units linked to unalivings and grapes. Like, what has happened to the Palestinian people is unforgivable. I was talking about I don't have a screenshot of it, but there was a Washington Post exclusive that came out about the AI program that was choosing targets in Palestine. I can't remember it's the Hebrew word for gospel, and they're arbitrarily using AI to choose to destroy schools, hospitals, things of that nature, because they had ran out of targets they could think up on their own. Like, this is United States foreign policy. We have done this all over the world. Asia, like, this is what we do. This is our legacy. So again, I'm very happy that we had a press conference and said ceasefire. Now, are we going to follow through with that? We all heard Pete Hegseth say in that hearing yesterday, he believes it shouldn't stop. Every single Hamas soldier should be destroyed, which is code for, unalive all of them, right? Cool, dinosaur. Thank you so much. Because, hey, as we hear conservatives say, like, I'm holding Biden accountable for being president. I'm holding Democrats accountable for their part, but conservatives are warmongers. They are worse. And Biden, all we heard was no new wars, no new wars. These confirmation hearings, Rubio's a Zionist looking forward to war. He's the Secretary of State, if anyone didn't know. Pete Hegseth, you heard him. He said that he believes that it shouldn't end until every single Hamas soldier is destroyed, which we know we can't distinguish. They're calling 11-year-old Palestinian boys fighting age men. Thank you so much, Sue. You're amazing. Thank you so much. This is the reality of what's going on there. And I just think we need to be honest about it and hold people accountable. Like, Trump pointed the ambassador is Sarah Huckabee's daddy, the number one Zionist in the world. I would not. And I've always said this, like, at the point where we start doing the G sides, like, or if we have the time, the preferred method is social engineering, right? That's what was going on in Gaza. They use policy to essentially socially engineer people out of existence, right? Just what we do in America. But that requires time. And when we have to speed up a timeline, then we involve militaries. Yeah, no new wars. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Toodle. Now it sounds like a lot of wars are coming. We're going to be fighting wars on many, many fronts. Okay, that being said, so our little darling, Karine Jean-Pierre, our White House press secretary, did her farewell briefing yesterday. So yes, his plan is only Israel, bring on end of days. Well, it's the evangelicals on the right. That's why they're so fervent about it. Because, as a former diehard evangelical, they believe they have to control Israel because that's where Jesus is coming back. And if they don't have Israel, then the rapture is not going to happen or what. Truly, my mom is one of the people that sends money to Israel in exchange for a vial of holy water. I'm like, Mom, someone poured that from a garden hose. Okay, so anyways, Karine Jean-Pierre did her farewell press briefing yesterday. Yeah, the rapture palooza, exactly. Hey, we all will benefit from the rapture. Once the Christians are raptured, we'll all just be here. We'll all just be here. We'll all just be here.
with the incoming administration, that they be speaking in one as one team, as he put it. Even the Qatari Prime Minister, in his remarks, personally thanked Steve Witkoff, the incoming administration's Middle East envoy. So, do Donald Trump and his team deserve any credit for this?
I mean, look, everyone is going to want some credit. Everybody's going to want some credit. Get that? That's how this goes when something good happens. Not unusual. It is not unusual at all. What I can say is the president got it done. Right? That's what I can say. And what I could also say is that, and you said it in your question to me, is that there was a framework that was put forward. And it was put forward by the president back in May 31st of last year. And it was endorsed by the world. And you see a president that has done everything that he can. This is someone who has foreign policy experience, decades of foreign policy experience. He understands what it means to bring people together. He understands what it means to get a deal done. He also said in his remarks how difficult it was to negotiate. Negotiating is incredibly hard. And this wasn't easy, but we got it done. And so, this is someone who speaks from experience. And this is, again, not an easy thing to get done. But as we've said, and I've said multiple times, and I think Jake Sullivan said this obviously recently when he was here on Monday,
Well, I don't know why I can hear the clip. I have it playing. I just turned on my other. I'm in the live on another account and I can hear the clip. You guys can hear it. I think it's fine. There was a little delay, I noticed, but I think that was because my internet was a little slow and I switched networks. I think it'll be okay. But anyways, first of all, again, this was Karine Jean-Pierre's farewell press briefing. Have you ever seen a woman look better in so many colors? Like, I know that's a random thing to say, but like Karine Jean-Pierre is fierce AF. Like truly the fiercest, and she's gotten so much better at her job too. Like I've enjoyed watching her grow too. Like, I mean, anyways, proud of her. But again, and I think I can't wait to see what's next for her. Okay, so try not to cry. So this was like when she kind of got to the end and she was like kind of saying goodbye. This was so good.
The give and take that happens here is incredibly healthy, and it is part of our democracy. I have been honored to partake in it with all of you. Well, most of the time I've been honored to take it. But in all seriousness, I also said at the first briefing, I would not be here today if it were not for generations of barrier-breaking people before me. I have stood on their shoulders. I benefit from their sacrifices. I have learned excellence, and I am eternally grateful to them. And now I will pass the torch. It is my sincere hope that while I may be the first for many things at this podium, behind this lectern, I am not the last. I hope my presence at this podium has served as inspiration to many young girls out there. The give and take that
it has. We love you. God, I love her.
I can't thank them enough. And to my parents, sorry I didn't become a doctor, but hopefully this is okay. And to my lovely, amazing daughter, you have gone too many nights without me being around, and without me being there for school drop-offs, and without your mama around. And I can't wait to spend more time with you. I call her my pudding, so I can't wait to spend more time with you, Pudding. Thank you for your love and support and your patience. And finally, I do want to say thank you to President Biden and First Lady Dr. Biden for this incredible opportunity. As I said earlier, standing at this podium behind this lectern, serving the American people and this administration has been an honor of a lifetime. And I will be forever grateful to the President for his trust and this amazing opportunity.
Is that what it's like when your mom supports you? Is that what it sounds like? I'm just kidding. I love her. She's amazing. What a great job she's done. Big things from her. Okay, on to another person I love. I just wanted to go back briefly because I love Becca Balint. If you don't know, she's a representative. She's in the Progressive Caucus in the House. I'm going to try to do my best to highlight more progressives in the House because I think we need to really listen to them more. Yesterday, I played AOC, who she's a progressive as well. When they were talking about this banning trans girls in sports. So Becca Balint was talking about it, and I just wanted to show you the clip of her speaking because I thought it was super powerful.
Trans Americans are not the problem. This obsession with monitoring kids' genitals is absolutely the problem. Let's be clear. This is about kids. My kids, your kids, all kids, even elementary school kids playing basketball. I'm a mom of 2 teens. I'm a former teacher. I know what kids are going through in school. They're already self-conscious about their bodies. They just want to be on the soccer field with their friends. They certainly do not want to be humiliated by members of Congress. So come on, let's talk about what enforcement looks like, because you guys, you don't want to talk about it. We know there is only one logical conclusion to this. This is interrogation of young girls about their bodies. This is asking people to show them what is underneath their underwear. That is what we're talking about. This is the logical conclusion for this bill. So it's vile. It's twisted. They don't want to talk about the details. It's an absolute invasion of children's privacy.
The gentlelady's time is expired.
Protecting anyone, it puts our children at risk. And actually, I urge colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this government overreach. I yield.
I love her. Go, Becca. Tell the people. And that's absolutely true. I talk about this all the time. It's not only I was essayed as a child, and it's things like this that open the door and make it easier. Give people who are looking to victimize children even a plausible explanation for how to do it, right? This is not a good idea. And now, and you're a child, like I said, I wish I had the education as a child to understand, this is healthy touch. This is not, and understand the difference. And the only way children learn things like that is from age appropriate education, right? Republicans are terrified. I should say conservatives are terrified of sex education, but those are the things taught. What does sex education look like with younger children? It's saying, hey, this is your body. This is your personal space, right? This is healthy. This is what healthy touch is. If someone is touching you inappropriately, you have the right to tell them to stop. Right? I mean, that we have to educate children and not empower people with bills like this. Truly gross. Gross, gross, gross. Oh man, if this is what I think it is, oh yeah. You guys are going to love this. Okay, so remember the clip I played you of Ron DeSantis, who was golfing with Trump yesterday or the day before, and saying, oh, Trump said inflation isn't that big of a deal. He was elected over immigration. It is already starting because we're reading people who also understand numbers. We know that the border is fine, that encounters have reduced by 75% as of December 2024, that things are fine. Maria Bartiromo's doing it. It started this morning. I heard this and I lost my mind. They're already saying the border's fixed, which I'm glad they said it this early so I can keep this clip and be like, yeah, they admitted it before Trump was even in office. They never gave Joe Biden funding. They killed the bipartisan border bill, and he fixed the border anyways, right? But I'm just saying, Trump is already starting to take credit for the border. And in my opinion, why are they doing this? It's because Trump's already thinking, okay, the minute I get in there, the minute I'm inaugurated, it's my fault. And he's created this whole S storm around the border and telling people there's this huge issue. So he's already trying to calm people down and be like, oh, never mind. I'm here now. The border's fine. Like, yes, it is fine. Because I track the numbers. I know what's going on at the border. To reduce encounters at the border, at the southern border, year over year by 75% from December 2023, the height to December 2024, I mean, I would say it's a miracle. If you would have told me that it was possible, I would have said no. And that has zero to do with Donald Trump. But I just wanted you to know it's January 16th, and Fox is already starting.
Done. So what about the border? Southern border communities are regaining a sense of normalcy, we're told, ahead of the Trump inauguration. Kinney County, Texas Sheriff Brad Coe told Fox News Digital, quote, the pendulum has gone from total chaos and has swung back to where... Done. So what about the border? Southern border communities are regaining a sense of normalcy, we're told, ahead of the Trump inauguration. Kinney County, Texas Sheriff Brad Coe told Fox News Digital, quote, the pendulum has gone from total chaos and has swung back to where it's more peaceful and everybody's a little more relaxed.
Yes. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you, Fox, for reporting something real. That's January 13th. This is being important. No, but do you hear Maria Bartiromo saying, oh, ahead of Trump's inauguration, things are calming down? Like Fox is nuts. Like, she's implying like, oh, the migrants fear Trump, so things are calming down. No, things calm down because Joe Biden fixed the border. But I just think this is the first clip where I've heard her start trying it. And she's always the first one trying it. Yes, Thomas, do I have PayPal? No, this is my Cash App and Venmo. I do have PayPal, but it has my name in it, so I don't put it up. So no, because I really can't. I don't have one without my name in it is the answer. Sorry, I was thinking you said Cash App and Venmo, and I was going to point to this. Yeah, keep tapping the screen. Oh, yeah, and there's more.
Mr. Chairman, I know you've got a bill to reinstate Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. Tell me about that, and do you think...
Did you hear that? This man, Lawler, this is Roger Williams. He has a bill. He's the Small Business Committee chairman, I believe, if I remember correctly, from Texas. He has a bill to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. Can you imagine the BS that these people are going to do?
Chairman, I know you've got a bill to reinstate Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. Tell me about that, and do you think that is part of the president's executive orders? He says he's going to have 100 executive orders on day one, Monday.
Well, we'll see. The Stay in Mexico policy, which I'm introducing on the House side and Marsha Blackburn on the Senate side, is pretty simple. You're very familiar with it. We know it works. It just says if you're going to try to get over here illegally, we're going to keep you in Mexico. We'll give you a due process and a court date, but you're not going to come over here and expect you to come back done. Not going to come over here and expect you to come back done. Going to come over here and expect you to come back done.
There's lots of issues with Remain in Mexico, right? And we already know that. But I talked about this, and get ready. Like he's saying, there's 100 executive orders on day one that Trump's he's going to flood us with executive orders. And this will not stop. I mean, these guys have every branch of government. And are they unconstitutional? I'm sure some of them will be. He is going to make us challenge them in the courts one by one. Right? Oh, that's unconstitutional? Cool. Let it wind through the courts. Make the courts stop me. That's the plan. Trump will do whatever he wants and make the courts stop me. So that's why. And if you're wondering, hey, is this already, what are we going to do about it? AGs in blue states, nonprofits, watchdogs, DC watchdog groups, they already have lawsuits drawn up. Like they have game plan this and imagine what's coming and how do we prepare for it. They already have countersuits drawn up to fight this. But as we know, it takes time for things to wind through courts. And so just get ready for a lot of outrageous things a lot of crazy executive orders, and then the only way to get them to stop is to let these lawsuits wind through the courts. Yeah, exactly. Loyalty tests for all, right? How far will you let Trump go? That's what he's doing. He's going to try to push everyone to the limit. How much will you let me get away with? That is the real question. But just mark it down, January 16th. They're already starting on Fox being like, "Oh, the border's calming down." Yeah, it took a year. Thanks for noticing. Every day was an emergency at the border. Trump's about to be in power. We'll never hear a thing about it again. You remember leading up to, I think it was the 2022 midterms, and all we heard about was theft from Walmarts and stuff. The midterms happened. Never heard about it again. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost at 200K. We can do it. Tapping is clapping. We're going to get past 600K today. I know it. Okay. So now we're going to move on, which, dare I say, I don't know if exciting is the right word. We will laugh so we do not cry together. But the Pam Bondi hearing, Pam Bondi is set to be Trump's AG, was yesterday. And I just clipped the first round of questions. So it's not as many as yesterday, but I mean, holy election denying Batman. And also on another note, this is my, wait, no, sorry, I forgot. First, before we do Pam Bondi, I have a little snippet because Chris Murphy was doing such a good job. Marco Rubio's confirmation hearing was also yesterday. But I'll say this, God, I never thought I would be in this apartment. Lil Marco, as Trump used to call him. Remember when Trump named him Lil Marco? Well, Lil Marco is now probably pound for pound the most qualified person in Trump's cabinet. I never thought we would get to this point, but I'm like, bring in Marco Rubio. He's the sanest person in the room. Lil Marco and Mike Waltz are like the sanest people now, which, I mean, who had that on their bingo card? But Chris Murphy was questioning, I know I like to say Lil Marco too, Hellscape USA. Exactly. Let's all change our dresses. Chris Murphy was questioning Marco Rubio and is really good.
Somebody with these big financial business interests would come into government and take actions like setting up a blind trust or divestment in order to make sure there was no connection between their personal financial interests and the business they were conducting in government. But President Trump has just done the opposite, right? Over the last 8 years, while he was in office and since he's been out of office, he and his family have become more deeply dependent on revenue from governments in the Middle East. During his last presidency, Middle East interests sent about $10 million to Trump properties. After he left office, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who was his primary Middle East envoy, was handed $2 billion in investment by the Saudis, even though a Saudi investment board said the investment was a bad business decision.
I just want to point out, and I'm going to tie this all together, even with Pam Bondi. The more research I do, because you know me, I love some research. Trump's cabinet, they all have ties to the Middle East, to crypto. They're all filthy rich. Like, all of this is tied together.
That investment actually comes up for renewal in 2026, giving the Saudis massive leverage over the Trump family. And then to make matters worse, right after the election, the Trump organization said that in this term, the president-elect's second term, it would drop its previous prohibition on doing new deals in the Middle East with private foreign companies aligned with foreign governments. So the Trump organization is going to be signing new business deals in the Middle East with private companies that have connections to foreign governments at the very moment that you are going to be conducting sensitive diplomacy in these countries. That's just extraordinary.
He's asking Marco Rubio, if you're like, where's he going? Besides just stating a bunch of egregious things Trump has done. He's saying, hey, you're about to be the Secretary of State. Trump is not going to divest. He's not going to put his interests in a blind trust. He has all of these active business deals with rich people in the Middle East who have ties to the governments there. How in the F are you going to do your job? Like, this is huge conflicts of interest. It's going to make your job harder.
Never before in the history of this country has a president been, literally receiving cash from foreign governments and from foreign companies that are backed by foreign governments in the middle of their term. If you or I had done this as senators, we would be in violent violation of Senate ethics rules. That's not permitted on the Foreign Relations Committee. And so I guess my question to you is a pretty simple one. Do you see how this fundamentally compromises your diplomatic efforts? Do you have an issue, or will you raise an issue with the president about his growing financial connection with the governments that you're going to be negotiating with?
Well, first of all, I am neither authorized nor in any position to give you sort of any insights into any of these arrangements you've pointed out. You mentioned Jared Kushner as an example. He's a private citizen, happens to be a Floridian. I don't know what, if any, engagement he has in the work that's going on now. I can tell you what I know.
Oh my God. Look, it's already starting. Deny, deny, deny. And that is the theme of these hearings, because I've watched a lot now. I was watching the Treasury, which I'm going to play some tomorrow. We can't miss Scott Bessent, the new treasurer, the George Soros simp that Trump appointed to be the head of the Treasury. Oh my, it's act like you have never answer a question, say as little as possible, commit to nothing.
Obviously, I'm not in the State Department yet, but I can tell you as an example, the president's envoy to that region, who is charged, Steve Witkoff, who is charged with being an envoy towards reaching an accommodation between the Israelis and the Saudis, has been working cooperatively and together with the Biden administration. And in fact,
yeah, he's a billionaire who has huge ties, also investments in the Middle East, has been networking in the Middle East, also huge ties to crypto. Yeah. Cool. Another corrupt person with conflicts of interest. Is Steve Witkoff going to divest?
I dare to say that all involved deserve credit for the ceasefire that the chairman's just announced. But Steve Witkoff's been a critical component of it, and he has been involved in it from day one.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Steve Witkoff is the new Jared Kushner. Understand that. Jared Kushner's out. The new Jared Kushner is Steve Witkoff. Same thing. Go to the Middle East and bring me money making, bring me business deals, right? Pretend you're doing something for the U.S. government. Go to the Middle East and make deals that I can profit from. He keeps mentioning this guy because he's the new Jared. Just like Jared had no foreign policy experience, no experience in the Middle East, very similar. I mean, other than business, other than making money.
I think the broader consideration about whether we want to see a Saudi-Israeli mutual recognition and relationship would be one of the most historic developments in the history of the region.
Oh, here comes Abraham Accords, the sequel. Did you? Here comes Abraham Accords, the sequel. Don't include Palestine in anything. Let's just do a press release saying Trump achieved peace in the Middle East, and we'll all get rich off it. You hear that? I could see it now. Saudi/Israeli, they all develop what used to be known as Palestine and make billions of dollars off that. Yeah, I'd shake hands over it too.
For all the factors we've discussed here today, it would be, and one of the...
No Jer, no sharks, no windmills. God, no windmills in the new Palestine. Absolutely none.
Impediments to it has been this conflict and the ongoing conflict and the lack of a ceasefire. I also think it's going to be important for the Saudis and others to be participants in post-conflict stabilization efforts in Gaza and beyond. So...
Please understand, there's money to be made in Gaza. They leveled it to the ground and unalived everyone there. And the reconstruction effort is big bucks. And he's saying, hey, we're going to bring the Saudis and the Israelis together over making some money with Trump.
All I can tell you is that what I've said from the very beginning, from the opening statement, and that is our foreign policy is going to be driven The president's made abundantly clear by whether some action makes America is in the interest of the United States and our national security. And that's what it's going to be driven by. And that's how all these policies should be judged by. And that's certainly the job that I believe I've been tasked with executing on.
Well, let me then simply ask you this question. Do you believe that the president should refrain from doing new business deals with Middle East governments during his term in office?
Well, my understanding, again, I'm speaking out of turn, but the president doesn't manage that company. His family members do, and they have a right to be in the business.
I cannot.
I mean, that's the business that they're in. They're in the real estate business. They've been for a very long time, both domestically and abroad. They have properties in multiple countries. So at the end of the day, I don't know, his family is entitled to continue to operate their business. The fundamental question is not whether his family is involved in business. The fundamental question is whether that is in any way impacting.
Yeah, thank you, Tudo. Okay, so even though, and it's not illegal, right? It's not illegal, right? I actually think that influence peddling should be illegal. I don't think Nepo baby kids should, be able to make a bunch of money off daddy's name around the world. It annoys the shit out of me as a poor person, but it's not illegal. And they're basically saying, hey, we spent millions upon millions of your tax dollars doing a sham impeachment of Joe Biden over some stuff we could not prove he did because he didn't do it. And we said that everything Hunter was doing was somehow connected to his dad and was illegal. But I'm sitting here with a straight face telling you that, yes, Trump was doing that, is still doing that, will do it. He's president, and I don't see a problem with that at all. Do you hear that? What they were trying to impeach Joe Biden for, which they never had evidence of. I want to be clear, that was Russian propaganda. Alexander Smirnov is now in jail for making that up, who was a witness at James Comer's sham impeachment hearings, by the way, if you don't know who that is. But he's saying exactly what we said was super wrong. Hunter Biden, influence peddling, running a business, making money in foreign countries. Like, it's fine if the Trumps do it.
The conduct of our foreign policy in a way that's counter to our national interest. And the president's made abundantly clear that every decision he makes and every decision we are to make at the State Department should be driven by whether or not it serves the core national interests of the United States. And that's how I hope our policies will be judged by, not what business his family is conducting while the president is here.
Yeah, Jer was just teasing me. He's cool. We love to tease. Okay, so that I'm just pointing out. I mean, Marco Rubio is the sanest person now. Whoever thought Marco Rubio would be the sanest person somewhere? Lil Marco is the sanest person, but he's still going to prop up Trump. And he's basically here saying, yeah, everything we accused Biden of that he didn't actually do, it's totally fine that Trump's doing it. And that's what we need to do. Stay focused on the money. Never worry about who's in what bathroom. Don't waste your time arguing about who's in what bathroom. Follow the money. We are all going to be robbed. We need to stay focused on what's important. The transfer of wealth to the top of the economy. The wealth inequality gap widening. That's what we need to focus on, and that's what we need to talk about. Why does Trump call everyone Lil? My guess is projection, yeah. It's his greatest fear. So that's what he does. And now an ad for why we need term limits in Congress.
Although Attorney General Garland wasn't who we on this side of the aisle would have chosen.
I just want you to know, this is Chuck Grassley, who came to Congress on a covered wagon and has not left. He is the chair. This is the chairman of the judiciary, third in line to be president of the United States. Yes, gaslighty is probably a better name. If something happens to Donald Trump, who's the oldest president in history, hey, third in line, here we go. What could go wrong? Oh, and I forgot to tell you this. I was telling you guys how crazy it was that Mike Johnson ousted Mike Turner from the head of the Intelligence Committee for Trump. But even crazier, guess who's in charge of the Rules Committee in the House now? I'll give you a hint. It's the last person in Congress to fall down the stairs. There's so many falls now. So we were talking about it. I never even thought it would happen. Yes, Virginia Fox. That's what I heard. No, I wish MTG fell down the stairs, but I don't think she did. Virginia Fox. I'm pretty sure. I swear I wrote that. I know. Can you imagine? And you guys were telling, let me just make sure. Let's check. Can someone double check that for me? I feel like I read that and I just want to make sure I didn't make it up. Why would she be in charge of the Rules Committee? Yeah. 2 days ago, Johnson appoints Virginia Fox as Rules Committee chair. This is the most powerful job in the House. If you don't know what the Rules Committee is, this is no bills go to the floor in the House except through the Rules Committee. You are the last and final say of what bills go to the floor. So yeah, Virginia Fox, this guy could be president. All we need is a few untimely unalivings and we got Chuck Grassley running the show. God help us all. But again, now we're switching to the Pam Bondi hearing and an hour of election denying. Of weird election denials. And this, actually, I'll give Chuck Grassley credit. He did say Joe Biden won the election.
Although Attorney General Garland wasn't who we on this side of the aisle would.
You've never heard of Virginia Fox? Okay. Well, let me just tell you, I like to say the original Margarine Taylor Greene is actually Marsha Blackburn. Oh, by the way, fact I never threw at you guys. It looks like Marsha Blackburn is going to run for governor of Tennessee, I think, in 2026. I think Marsha Blackburn's going to run for governor of Tennessee. And then the original Marsha Blackburn, the original MTG is Virginia Fox. She is the most awful woman ever. She just fell down the stairs. And I would never root for someone to trip and fall, but this woman is a bigot. She is mean. She does not like minority groups. She just look up some old clips of Virginia Fox. Look up her voting record. I'm not going to show a clip of Virginia Fox. I might have one somewhere, but yeah, I won't do that to us right now.
Have chosen to lead
I could find there are some crazy ones though. I've actually, yeah. But anyways, no, there's some crazy clips in here.
Who we on this side of the aisle would have chosen to lead the Department of Justice. We recognize that President Biden won that election and that he was entitled to choose his Attorney General. Although Attorney General,
he said he won the election, which for Chuck Grassley, I feel like this is a personal victory. At least he said Biden won the election.
people on this committee and in and out of Congress know what government weaponization is. And then we get to Special Counsel Jack Smith and his lawfare operation. It involved an unprecedented FBI raid on Trump's house, including agents that even searched the former First Lady's clothing drawers. Hillary.
How does a subpoena work? I mean, not a subpoena. How does a when you search someone's house, how does that work? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you just not search anything when someone commits a horrific crime and you're looking for the things you lost? Or would you look in the drawers? Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you look in the drawers.
Clinton and Joe Biden certainly did not receive the same treatment by government regarding their.
Hillary Clinton. He's talking about Hillary Clinton's servers. That's he doesn't. Chuck Grassley doesn't understand the internet or technology, so probably truly does not understand the difference. She was never indicted, so there was never any order for her house to be searched. And Joe Biden, voluntarily, his lawyers searched all of his stuff, found documents, and he returned them of his own volition. Like two completely separate. And I just want to clarify, because Chuck Grassley is being knowingly misleading. So when you hear this argument or you hear like, oh, it's wrong what happened, no one has ever been charged for taking classified documents. That is not why you are charged. You are charged when you are alert. It's called unlawful retention, right? When it is called to someone's attention, you have them, they ask for them back, and you don't give them back. You retain them. So it's not that he took them. It's that he retained them after asking for them back.
Records. Indeed, as my oversight exposed, the FBI amazingly agreed to destroy laptop records and records associated with Clinton staff. This Orwellian conduct should have no quarter. People on this
Orwellian conduct. Please, Chuck, please don't insult us. I found a picture of Virginia Fox. I'll save that for a little bit later. Okay, here comes Pam. God, this is awful. And again, remember yesterday I was saying that Jack Reed and, Roger Wicker, the chairs of the Armed Services Committee, when they were questioning Pete Hegseth, they look like those two old Muppets that argue with each other. And so this is what I'm saying. Should we I love Dick Durbin. Love me some Dick Durbin. Okay. Great man, served his country. The people of Illinois love him. But is this the best person to be the ranking member of judiciary? Or should we let Chris Murphy? I've always liked Chris Murphy, but I love what I'm seeing Chris Murphy do. Like, they are making videos every day. It's Waldorf. I thought it was Waldorf and Astoria. I don't think it's Stapler. I thought it was Waldorf and Astoria. Is it Statler? What are those Muppets' names? Statler and Waldorf? Sorry, I just have to check. Because for some reason, I thought their names were Waldorf and Astoria. Oh, you're right. Statler and Waldorf. Okay, I'll get it right. Yeah. And this is another Statler and Waldorf pair, right? I love Dick Durbin. You've done an amazing thing. But what is Dick Durbin? Is he the whip? He has two jobs. Like, if you want to be the whip, you don't need to be the chair of judiciary. Let a younger senator, have a job. And this is a big job, a job that it requires a lot of speaking. And I mean this in the best way possible. I don't want any more chairs that look down when they talk. If you can't, Waldorf Astoria, it was a hotel, yeah. And now it's condos, but yeah, it's a famous hotel. Sorry, comment. If you can't we need people that are clippable, right? It's the same thing with AOC. She wanted to be the head of oversight and accountability, which we'll get to. I just remembered I do have a clip of Virginia Fox. I do, because she's on oversight. Yep, I do have a clip of Virginia Fox. But this is what I'm saying. Chris Murphy, I think, could have delivered this message much better. That's what I'm trying to say. But I love Dick Durbin. I'm just saying.
No.
I need to be clear, because we need to start thinking in terms of something. People are like, Dick Durbin is fine. Yeah, he's fine. That's true. But what happens is, and I come from advertising, so understand I have an advertising background. He's not clippable. He doesn't have followers on social media. People clip these. That's how we spread messages now, through clips, through 30-second clips, 45-second clips. That we have to get somebody who can generate views, who can disseminate a message. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's how we reach people now. And in digital advertising, you have a half a second to capture someone's attention.
Ms. Bondi, you are one of 4 Trump personal lawyers that he has already selected for top positions in the Department of Justice. You joined Mr. Trump in working to overturn the 2020 election. You repeatedly described investigations and prosecutions of Mr. Trump as witch hunts, and you have echoed his calls for investigating and prosecuting his political opponents. This flies in the face of evidence, like Mr. Trump's call to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. We've all heard that audio recording. These are the kinds of anti-democratic efforts that in the past you have defended, and it's critical that we understand whether you remain supportive of Mr. Trump's actions. I also have questions whether you will focus on the needs of the American people rather than wealthy special interests. I'm concerned that you failed to identify your extensive lobbying for foreign governments and big corporations as potential conflicts of interest.
Bill, I'm not surprised that you're in the comments saying that, first of all, I think you probably want to marry Pam Bondi. Second of all, I think that I'm not surprised you think she's a genius or something. Pam Bondi is not a genius. She's not developing lines of logic. She's a yes woman for Donald Trump. And I don't know how much you guys know about Pam Bondi. I know a lot, and I'll tell you as much as I can while we listen to this. Pam Bondi, when I say she's an election denier, she's not just like election denier, like armchair election denier. Okay. But she's like, when Rudy Giuliani was on his tour of swing states spreading lies, she was on the ground in Pennsylvania. She is one of these people that was on the ground in Pennsylvania being like, did you see that? Like, that's Pam Bondi. Oh, did I not say 2020? Thank you, Dale. Yes, if I didn't say 2020, that's what I meant. Sorry.
That central to the peaceful transition of power in a democracy is the acceptance of the results of an election. To my knowledge, Donald Trump has never acknowledged the legal results of the 2020 election. Are you prepared to say today under oath without reservation that Donald Trump lost the presidential contest to Joe Biden in 2020?
Ranking Member Durbin, President Biden is the President of the United States. He was duly sworn in, and he is the President of the United States. There was a peaceful transition of power. President Trump left office and was overwhelmingly elected in 2024.
Do you have any doubts that Joe...
Just want to be clear, this is her way. She is still an election denier. She does not believe that the election was free and fair. And that's what she's saying. She's being very specific, and you'll see that she's like, Joe Biden is the president. He was did you hear her say there was a peaceful transition of power? Did we all watch J6? I have eyeballs. I think Pam must not have eyeballs. But you'll see, oh no, it gets worse. She's purposely wording it that way. Joe Biden is the president. He was sworn in. There was a peaceful transition of power, but she never said Joe Biden won the 2020 election. She never said that.
Joe Biden had the majority of votes, electoral votes necessary to be elected president in 2020.
Senator, all I can tell you as a prosecutor is from my firsthand experience. And I accept the results. I accept, of course.
When she says my firsthand experience, she's talking about being on the ground, backing up Rudy Giuliani, spreading misinformation. So you will never hear her say Joe Biden won the 2024 election. She dances around it the entire time. Just be clear on that.
The results, I accept, of course, that Joe Biden is president of the United States. But what I can tell you is what I saw firsthand when I went to Pennsylvania as an advocate for the campaign. I was an advocate for the campaign, and I was on the ground in Pennsylvania, and I saw many things there. But do I accept the results? Of course I do.
Yeah, we all see many things, those of us who have eyes. Yeah, so I saw many things there. Yes, usually when people's eyes are open and they use them, they do see a number of things. Thank you.
I agree with what happened, and I saw so much. No one from either side of the aisle should want there to be any issues with election integrity in our country. We should all want our elections to be free and fair, and the rules and the laws to be followed.
I think that question deserved a yes or no, and I think the length of your answer is an indication that you weren't prepared to answer yes.
Bottom. I love Dick Durbin. I love him, but look up, be forceful, be personable. But Dick Durbin's a smart, great guy. Like, I just want to be clear. I know, like, the storied history of who Dick Durbin is. I know why the people of Illinois love him. Like, I do know. Okay, so I actually, because I really have a problem with Pam Bondi. I think that will become clear as this goes on. You know me, I've read every court document about the fake elector scheme, about what Rudy Giuliani was doing in Pennsylvania, about all of that stuff. So Sam Bluestein, right, I don't want to get his title wrong. What is Sam Bluestein's title? I know there's people in here from Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, is he like Sam? I just don't want to get it wrong. I mean, he worked on the election, but wow, why am I searching? Can someone Google it for me? Okay, Philadelphia. City commissioner, I think. City commissioner. Or maybe, wait, it might be Seth. Maybe I'm saying his name wrong. Anyways, we'll get to it. But I just want to say, I'm just going to give you examples because I remember this. Like, when I heard her name, when she replaced Matt Gaetz for AG, we should be at 250K. We're almost at 200K. Keep tapping, guys. Thank you so much. When I heard her name, I was like, oh yeah, I remember her. Now here's one example of what Pammy was doing in Philadelphia after the 2020 election. Oh, sorry. I said Sam. It's Seth. It's Seth. There we go. Yeah. And I believe he's like the city. I don't know why I said Sam. Yeah, I think he was the city commissioner at the time of Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken. So it's Seth Bluestein. So again, this is just one example of something Pam Bondi was doing after the 2020 election.
My name was mentioned by someone from the Trump campaign at a press conference because I was the deputy commissioner interacting with the observers.
There is a gentleman there by the name of Seth Bluestein, who is an assistant to a city commissioner, and he is wearing a badge the size of a baseball. And as far as I know, he's not a sworn law enforcement officer. So it looks like intimidation to me.
Immediately following my name being mentioned, I started receiving anti-Semitic harassment and threats. And I felt very secure on the ballot counting floor, counting votes. The bigger concern for me was that one of the threats mentioned coming to my house where my wife and kids were.
Oh.
So we had to get police protection outside of my house to protect them. And that's really the thing that got to me the most.
He's not far off from the Kraken. You know what I mean? This is Sidney Powell, who's like reincarnate, who's about to be our AG. Please understand that. That's why if I seem annoyed, I remember who this woman is. Dale's probably having a hard time in the comments because he's in love with Pam. He really likes Pam. I can tell. I can tell when Dale gets emotional defending someone. Dale has a little crush on Pam. I would too. But anyways, yeah, she was no better than Rudy Giuliani running around, throwing out people's names. And then MAGA was, THREATENINGing them. And you heard his story. I had to look for this clip because I could remember hearing it a long time ago. I did not hear them play it during the hearing. So to continue.
Have you heard the recording of President Trump on January 2nd, 2021, when he urged the Secretary of State of Georgia to, quote, find 11,780 votes and declare him the winner of that state?
No, I've heard about it through clips, but no, Senator, I've not heard it.
What was your reaction to President Trump making that call?
I've heard about it through clips. Isn't that hearing? I don't know. I mean, that's hearing, right?
I would have to listen to the tape, Senator.
Well, the quote that I give you is exact. He said to the Georgia Secretary of State, find 11,780 votes.
Do you have the entire context of that call? I feel like it was much longer than that and may have been taken out of context.
It was an hour long. And
right.
You can certainly listen to it. I hope you will. Every American should. As a former
And you know me, I do have just a clip of it. We're not going to listen to an hour. I have the whole transcript. If you know old me when this stuff was going on, I have stacks. I have all this stuff printed out. But here's just a clip of what Dick Durbin is talking about.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state. So tell me, Brad, what are we going to do? We won the election, and it's not fair to take it away from us like this. And it's going to be very costly in many ways. And I think you have to say that you're going to re-examine it, and you can re-examine it, but re-examine it with people that want to find answers, not people that don't want to find answers. For instance, I'm hearing Ryan, and he's probably, I'm sure, a great lawyer and everything, but he's making statements about those ballots that he doesn't know.
I'm hearing Ryan telling the truth too much. This is like full Queens mob boss mode. I'm hearing Ryan. Ryan's not getting with the program.
I'm sure, a great lawyer and everything, but he's making statements about those ballots that he doesn't know. But he's making them with such, he did make them with surety, but now I think he's less sure, because the answer is they all went to Biden. And that alone.
Now I think he's less sure. This is.
Wins us the election by a lot. You know, so.
Mr. President, you have people that submit information, and we have our people that submit information, and then it comes before the court, and the court then has to make a determination. We have to stand by our numbers. We believe our numbers are right.
Well, under law, you're not allowed to give faulty election results, okay? You're not allowed to do that, and that's what you've done. This is a faulty election result. And honestly, this should go very fast. You should meet tomorrow, because you have a big election coming up, and because of what you've done to the president, you know, the people of Georgia know that this was a scam. And because of what you've done to the president, a lot of people aren't going out to vote. And a lot of Republicans are going to vote negative because they hate what you did to the president. Okay? They hate it. And they're going to vote. And if you would be respected, really respected, if this thing could be straightened out before the election. You have a big election coming up on Tuesday.
No, Dale, if you want me to play certain parts, this is just 2 minutes. You can start your own show and you can spend 7 hours clipping things every day and making outlines. But no, I'm not taking requests for which part of the call you would like to hear. This is my show and I do the work. So we listen to what I want.
Yes.
Would you have hired someone into the Florida Attorney General's office who you knew had an enemies list?
Oh man, this is a good one. So this is Sheldon Whitehouse, another genius senator. Love him, but look up what you're speaking, Sheldon. We need to speak to the people. But I love Sheldon Whitehouse, so just don't get it twisted.
Had an enemies list.
Senator, to cut to the chase, you're clearly talking about Kash Patel.
I just want to give an example. He never said Kash Patel's name. So again, this woman's job, and every single MAGA person being confirmed, their job is to play dumb. That's how I describe all these confirmation hearings. Give no answers, commit to nothing, and play dumb. And it's like, she's like, oh, I never heard that call. But I heard it in clips. And he's like, hey, would what if someone had an enemies list? And she's like, well, immediately you're talking about Kash Patel. It's like, are you playing dumb? Do you not know what's going on? Or do you know exactly what is going on?
Enemies list.
Oh, wait, sorry. Let me just play the beginning.
Yes.
Would you have hired someone into the Florida Attorney General's office who you knew had an enemies list?
Senator, to cut to the chase, you're clearly talking about Kash Patel. I don't believe he has an enemies list. He made a quote on TV, which I have not heard. I saw your sign, or Senator Durbin's sign, about Kash. But I know that Kash Patel has had 60 jury trials as a public defender, as a prosecutor. He has great experience in the Intel Department, Department of Defense. I have known Kash, and I believe that Kash is the right person at this time for this job. You'll have the ability to question Mr. Patel.
And I'm questioning you right now
do.
about whether you will enforce an enemies list that he announced publicly on television.
Oh, Senator, I'm sorry. There will never be an enemies list within the Department of Justice.
Keep tapping the screen. Tap the screen, gift, share the live, please. And please remember to follow me on YouTube. Sorry, I'm just pulling up something I was looking through really quick. You know me and my research. There is no enemies list, except for the enemies list. It's weird when those things happen. No enemies list. Except for that enemies list. And someone in the comments got the answer right. I do like to acknowledge. Someone said it's in his book. Yes, it's in his book. He published it. Yes, my name's the same on YouTube. We're live on YouTube right now. The replays of the People's Receipts and the broadcast, and whenever I debate with Pickles, they all are on YouTube. You can watch them. They post after the live. I need like 600 more watch hours before I can have like subscriptions like we have on here there. So I'd appreciate it if everyone would fall asleep watching it. It is A Girl Has No Name. Absolutely. So for not having an enemies list, what is this? I don't want to really just make this big. I really don't want to make it easier for people to be found. But like for not having an enemies list, this certainly is a long list of enemies that definitely exists if you have a computer. I'm so and yes, Pam Bondi, someone said she's not playing, she's playing. Yeah, she knows exactly what's going on. She knows exactly what she's doing. And Chris Murphy, the senator from Connecticut, who in my opinion is starting to look very presidential, he made a video about this, and his basic point was, which one is it? Are you playing dumb, or do you know exactly what's going on and you're lying? Oopsies.
Thing about the Pam. So here's the important thing about the Pam Bondi nomination hearing today. Either Pam Bondi doesn't understand the game, or she understands the game and she's lying. Here's what's going to happen. Donald Trump is putting people like Pam Bondi and Kash Patel in charge of the Department of Justice in order to tell them to go after his political opponents. Pam Bondi was asked today what she would do if she got that order from the White House, and she said, "Oh, that'll never happen." Of course it's going to happen. That's why Pam Bondi was selected for the job. Donald Trump did it to James Comey in the first term. Pam Bondi was asked, would you hire somebody that had an enemies list? She said, "Oh, I know what you're talking about, Kash Patel. He doesn't have an enemies list." He has an enemies list. It's right here. It's really long. It has on it former members of the Biden administration, former Trump advisors who have since criticized Donald Trump, individual FBI members. There is an enemies list that the next director of the FBI is bringing to the job with him. What's going on here is that people like Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are being picked so that they execute Donald Trump's plan to destroy his political opponents using the Department of Justice as his primary tool. That's the game. And either Pam Bondi doesn't understand why she has been selected to be Attorney General, or she knows and she's not telling the truth. So here's the
Love the way Chris Murphy is making so much content on the internet. This is what we need. Make simple videos, spell it out for people. He's like every day, like, hey, Trump's forming a kleptocracy, an oligarchy. Like, I love Chris Murphy is doing exactly what we need. He's communicating and he's using social media to do it effectively. Like, let's keep it up. Sorry, let me go back to our place in the presentation because that was at the end. Oopsies. Keep tapping the screen. Are we almost at we're almost at 250K, guys. You're doing an amazing job. And if you can, please subscribe. I'm trying to get to 600 subscribers is my new goal. Subscriptions are greatly appreciated. This is my job. Obviously, I spend a lot of time on this. You guys can tell. And that's my goal, is throughout these next 4 years, keep us sane, bring receipts 4 times a week, and document what's going on. Okay. I think, oh wait, we're not on Blumenthal. No. Can't skip these. They're too important. Here we go. Oh, I didn't even have it up. Sorry. I was like, why can't I use it? I just want to make sure we don't. Okay. Yeah. This is the enemies list.
Yes. Would you have hired someone into the...
Yeah. Okay. So now we're here.
You have said that Department of Justice prosecutors will be prosecuted in the Trump administration. What Department of Justice prosecutors will be prosecuted and why?
I said that on TV. I said prosecutors will be prosecuted, to finish the quote, if bad. Investigators will be investigated. You know, we all take an oath, Senator, to uphold the law. None of us are above the law. Let me give you a really good example of a bad lawyer within the Justice Department, a guy named Klein-Smith, who altered a FISA warrant, one of the most important things we can do in this country. So will everyone be held to an equal, fair system of justice if I am the next Attorney General? Absolutely. And no one is above.
We'll see, Pam. No one believes that. And it's like, you want to give, Pam, you know a name of someone that altered a FISA warrant? We should do away with FISA, period. But also,
you know, that paper is more
apparently Tulsi Gabbard doesn't know anything about being the director of national intelligence and is confused about FISA warrants. So maybe one day you're going to have to prosecute her. We don't know.
What circumstances will you prosecute journalists for what they write?
I believe in the freedom of speech. Only if anyone commits a crime. It's pretty basic, Senator, with anything, with any victim. And this goes back to my entire career, for 18 years as a prosecutor and then 8 years as Florida's Attorney General. You find the facts of the case. You apply the law in good faith, and you treat everyone fairly.
Yeah, like that time that your own constituents, people that lived in Florida, went to you and said, hey, we've all been defrauded by Trump University. Will you please join this class action lawsuit that other states are bringing to help us recoup some of the money we lost because he defrauded us? And then days later, a $25,000 check arrived at Pam Bondi's office for her reelection campaign for Donald Trump, and then all of a sudden she decided not to join that lawsuit. Isn't that the weirdest thing how that works? And she almost got in trouble. She was like, she personally wasn't, but Trump had to pay a fine for the campaign donation. So weird, but she applies the law to everyone equally. She would never do anything. Yeah, we believe you, Pam. We really believe you.
You will provide an assurance to every member of this committee that the Justice Department will only follow the facts and the law, and the White House will play no role in cases investigated or brought?
Senator, it will be my job, if confirmed as Attorney General, to make those decisions. Politics will not play a part. I've demonstrated that my entire career as a prosecutor, as Attorney General, and I will continue to do that if you confirm me as the 87th Attorney General of the United States of America.
We need to bookmark this one. I was for real. This is gonna come. Yeah, exactly, Jared. That's gonna be something. Tells me this is gonna turn out to be a lie. Like this is the one thing she said, and I was like, this is why they don't want him. Thank you so much. This is why they don't want him to answer any questions because you accidentally say something like this that you can't possibly live up to. Oh, I like Chris Coons too, the senator from Delaware.
President-elect Trump eligible to run for another term as president in 2028?
No, Senator, not unless they change the Constitution.
Thank you.
Notice she said that, though. You know what I'm saying? Just say no. But she's like, fingers crossed, if they change the Constitution, we'll be trapped with this man forever. Oh, we made the gift goal. I get to reset my gift goal. We don't always make it to the gift goals. This is exciting. This is an exciting moment for me. Look at me. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. Sorry, just resetting it. Okay, perfect. Awesome. But yeah, notice how she's like, oh, she won't be there. He won't be there for a third term unless we change the Constitution and he stops eating McDonald's. Like, just kidding. I mean, not really. But.
Can you clarify for me that in following ethics and the law, you'd be willing to resign if ordered to do something improper?
Senator, I wouldn't work at a law firm. I wouldn't be a prosecutor. I wouldn't be attorney general. If anyone asked me to do something improper and I felt I had to carry that out, of course I would not do that. That's one of the main things you learn when you're a young prosecutor is to do the right thing. And I believe that has continued with me throughout my very long career.
And I'm going to tie this all into like what's really why, because really, I'm not saying like Trump doesn't want some revenge, but I think there is a specific reason why Pam Bondi is the person that's getting this job. Thank you so much, Bobby, for the hearts. I appreciate it so much. For the lipsticks, you are a gem. Yeah, I think there's a very specific reason. It has to do with her past and like her ethics. And yeah, I mean, this is someone we'll get into it. We'll get into it later, but she said it. Bookmark that. We'll see. We'll see, Pam.
I know you may not expect it. I know you wouldn't have accepted this nomination if you thought it possible. But let's imagine that once again, President-elect Trump issues a directive or order to you or to the FBI director that is outside the boundaries of ethics or law. What will you do?
Senator, I will never speak on a hypothetical, especially one saying that the president would do something illegal. What I can tell you is my duty, if confirmed as the Attorney General, will be to the Constitution and the United States of America. And the most important oath, part of that oath that I will take, are the last four words, so help me God.
I'm so glad to hear these things that are later going to come back and bite you. But great, yes. At least Pete Hegseth was smart enough to just be like, I can't talk. And again, you know me, I love Mark Elias. Yay! I love a beanie. Mark Elias, if you don't know, he has the Mark Elias law firm. He's one of my favorite lawyers. If you wonder why I'm so obsessed with the law and why I'm always reading court documents, it's like as the truth is perverted more and more, as the truth no longer matters, as conservatives flood the airways with shit and everybody is confused about what's real, being under oath in court is the last place people can be held accountable, in my opinion. And so Mark Elias is, if you want to follow him, I would say he followed Democracy Docket on pretty much any platform, or just his name, Mark Elias. But Democracy Docket is amazing. They have it's amazing. Like, I don't subscribe, but I follow all their stuff. If you subscribe, I think it's even better. But anyways, he handles all the voting rights cases, the voter suppression cases, the gerrymandering cases, all of that for the Democratic Party. He's a literal genius. Steve Bannon was like, Trump and Steve Bannon were like, offer this guy as much money as he wants to retire. That's how much he drives them nuts. They hate him. Oh, let me see, and I'll try to look for the clips of Trump freaking out about Mark Elias.
When Pam Bondi becomes the Attorney General, this is not going to be a Department of Justice committed to voting rights. The Department of Justice is going to be committed to anti-voting rights. It is going to be the election denier division of the Department of Justice once they have control of power. And that's not to disparage the hard work of the people who work there today. The people working there are good civil servants or they're political appointees who are doing the best they can to protect the right to vote across the country. But look, Donald Trump ran on a platform of election denialism. He is surrounded by election deniers. And we have already heard some of the most vocal supporters, people who he includes on phone calls with him when he is trying to overturn free and fair elections. We know that from 2020, asked that all those career people be fired, that they all be replaced. And the reason why is because Donald Trump is going to have his Department of Justice weaponized against voters. When Pam Bondi...
And that is so true. And this is what Mark Elias fights against, and he's better than the Republicans. I mean, this man, he keeps a win-loss tally of all the voting rights cases. He's doing absolutely an amazing job. He runs Democracy Docket. I would say follow him there, but you can also follow his individual profile, his Mark Elias profile. But yeah, that's one of the main things of the Department of Justice. They want to make it harder for people to vote. This is going to be a constant degradation of voting rights, right? With voter ID laws and things of that nature.
Do you remember a person by the name of Michael Avenatti?
Yes.
Several years ago, he was a media star here in Washington.
An attorney, correct?
Yes. He was a media star. And many members of our media loved him because he persistently bashed Donald Trump. And he was on TV every day. He was on CNN more than Wolf Blitzer. Do you know where Mr. Avenatti is today?
I believe he's sitting in prison, Senator.
He's in jail because he was a crook. And the Department of Justice helped put him there, didn't it?
Yes, Senator.
This is just Foghorn Leghorn, who never spoke with this level of an accent before. It's Senator from Louisiana just giving her softball. If you want to know who Michael Avenatti is, I did put it in here. I was like, I don't remember if I did. So Michael Avenatti is a lawyer. Like, that's true. He's just a lawyer who ended up robbing all his clients. Like, that's the easiest way to put it. But I actually did the research on it, just to be clear. But then I'll tell you why Senator Kennedy's bringing it up. But he was sentenced to 14 years. He's in prison now for stealing millions of dollars from his clients, his legal clients, and tax fraud, right? And these are examples of this is just an illusion for anyone who knows reality TV. Do you guys remember the Aaron Brockovich case? Everyone remembers Aaron Brockovich, but that lawyer is this like famed lawyer. I can't remember his name right now, but on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, one of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills was married to that guy. There was a huge scandal a few years ago. Like, this is one of the most famous lawyers in Los Angeles. He specifically did like personal injury, or went after companies. Erica Jane, thank you. Yeah. And he specifically went after companies who were defrauding people. And Tom Girardi. Yes, it's Tom Girardi. Thank you. It's Tom Girardi. And I don't think he's not unalive. He's alive. He's in a memory care facility hiding his money. But yeah, so this is one of the most famous lawyers in LA. And what would happen is he would let's say, for instance, there was a plane crash and he would go to he's the highest of high-end ambulance chasers, maybe is the way to put it. And he would go and be like, hey, I'm going to get you all your money. Don't worry. And then he would get these huge settlements, $26 million. And then it turns out he was not giving the money to the people he was supposed to be giving it to. It's very similar with Michael Avenatti, like very similar to what he was doing, but on probably a smaller scale. Like he would get like $4 million, $5 million settlements. And same thing, same as what Tom Girardi was doing. There are documentaries on Hulu about it. Oh, I wish I could remember what it was. It's like The Beauty and the Crook or something. Like it's, oh, I wish I could remember I can't remember, but yeah, you can just look up Erica Jane, Tom Girardi documentaries, and there are ones on Hulu. It's really interesting if you want to get into it. And then like people who were like, I need this money for my medical bills, like I have to have surgeries, and they would have to beg him, try to get their money. That's what Michael Avenatti was doing, it turned out. But the reason, and these are just examples of people he defrauded, used the money to pay expenses at his coffee business, to pay his own legal expenses, like horrible things like that. And then tax evasion. He was like horrifically evading taxes. But the reason Senator Kennedy is bringing that up is he had 4 years added on. He had 4 years added on to his sentence for all this other crap for Stormy Daniels. He was Stormy Daniels' lawyer, and Trump tried to say he was like extorting him. He wasn't. And I read every document in that case, but that's why they bring it up. Like they're trying to say like, oh, Michael Avenatti's shady. Yeah, he was robbing his clients. And he robbed Stormy Daniels. Like she got a book contract. He negotiated it and did the same thing he was doing to all these other people. Like kept Housewife and the Hustler. God, I love crowdsourcing information. You guys are the best chat ever. Smartest chat in the land. The Housewife and the Hustler is the Erica Jane, Tom Girardi documentary. Again, Tom Girardi is the lawyer, that famous Aaron Brockovich lawyer. And if you want to know like about, because that's a very interesting case. But Michael Avenatti is just Tom Girardi on a smaller scale. So again, that's why they're bringing it up, is it has to do with Stormy Daniels. But Stormy Daniels got robbed by him. And interestingly enough, which Senator Kennedy did not mention, Michael Avenatti, when the Stormy Daniels trial was going on, it's not like he was trying to help Stormy. He was basically like doing interviews from prison, and wanting a pardon from Trump, like saying crazy stuff. So, I mean, the guy is out of his mind.
Do you remember a gentleman by the name of...
Yeah, there's two parts to it. Sorry, I'm in the comments. The Housewife and the Hustler, I believe there's parts 1 and 2. Like Erica Jane kind of goes back and because like at first people were like making it seem like she was a criminal and stuff. And really it was more of a case of like, he was a controlling wacko who she just had a credit card. Like she was like his third wife. She had no access to finances. And it's just clarifying all that. Trust me, if you like it's better than a documentary. Look up the Erica Jane music videos. I love Erica Jane. Foghorn is a professional whiner. We don't even need to listen to this. He basically does the same thing he did with Michael Avenatti, but about Sam Bankman-Fried. It's not even interesting. He wasn't even asking questions. He's just saying statements.
An individual who says that he is going to, quote, come after, end quote, people he alleges, quote, help Joe Biden rig the presidential elections, that he has a list of people who are part of this deep state who should be prosecuted, that he's going to close down the FBI building on his first day in office. Is that a person who appropriately should be the FBI director? Aren't those comments inappropriate? Shouldn't you disavow them and ask him to recant them?
Senator, I am not familiar with all those comments. I have not discussed those comments with Mr. Patel. What I do know
well,
is
I'm
Mr.
asking
Patel,
you for your
excuse
view.
me, what I do know is Mr. Patel was a career prosecutor. He was a career public defender defending people. And
an individual who said
he was a public defender defending people. Sorry, just can't with this woman. Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for this hearing. I don't know if Kash Patel makes it in Tulsi Gabbard. I do think she'll probably make it, sadly. If anyone's not making it, it's probably Kash and Tulsi Gabbard.
I think I also checked the bingo card for election denier. There were some people, that seemed to suggest that you were denying the election. I think that you said that President Biden is our president.
President Biden is the president of the United States of America, and President Trump will be the 47th president.
Now, notice how she still didn't say Joe Biden won the 2020 election. That's what she won't say. Right, because she is an election denier. Like she is. And notice this is Tom Tillis from North Carolina. If you don't know who that is, right, teeing her up to give Trump lip service.
But I think you made a point that or at least I inferred from a comment that you made, a very important point, folks. There are election improprieties in every election. The question is a matter of scale and whether or not you can prove it. We've seen it in North Carolina and seen it in other places. It's one of the reasons why I support voter ID, because we want to make elections easy to vote and hard to cheat. But the fact of the matter is people are cheating. So if anybody on this dais suggests that there aren't irregularities in every election, then they need to spend more time at home and really studying the facts. I don't think.
Again, this is more misinformation, right? First of all, there can be mistakes. Mistakes happen in elections. That's true. What you have to prove is intent. There's a difference between, hey, mistakes were made in elections and there was intent to defraud or to stop Americans' votes from being counted, right? And I will always point out this article. I suggest everyone screenshot this. We've gone over this article so many times. One of the best writers in politics, his name's Philip Bump. The Great Replacement Theory now in legislation form. This is about the SAVE Act. This is about the Republicans constantly, the lie that is tied to the replacement theory that non-citizens are trying to vote, right? It's their argument for what? Voter ID laws, right? And one of the things that is said in this amazing article, which I suggest everyone read, first, there's no evidence that non-citizen voting is a significant problem. And this data comes from the Heritage Foundation itself, right? Because they're tracking it, much less a regular occurrence. The Heritage Foundation, which has for years been adamantly promoting the idea that voter fraud is rampant, has a database of demonstrated fraud. It includes this is real life, fewer than 100 cases of non-citizen voting or voter registration. So not just non-citizens voting, of non-citizens attempting to register to vote since 2002. Okay? There have been 678 million votes cast in presidential elections alone. Thank you so much. Since then, right? But what do we know? So all of this is pointless, much like saying that which bathroom trans people are in matters. It doesn't, right? Or saying somehow that all these trans children are on puberty blockers. I just went over a study that came out. They went through 5 million private insurance claims from 2018 to 2022. That is such a huge data sample if you don't understand studies. That is massive. This is Harvard study. 5 million data samples through private insurance claims. Of those, less than 1,000 people or kids under 18, right, had ever been on puberty blockers, and less than 2,000 had ever had accessed hormones. That is 1/10 of 1%, 0.01%. But that's what Republicans do. They tell you we are in a crisis and they legislate things that don't matter as a distraction. Oh my God, all these non-citizens are voting. Our elections aren't secure. I'm not safe. I'm being replaced. People are flowing in over the border, even though we know encounters are down by 75%. Thanks, Joe Biden. This is all a distraction while what's happening? Huge transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. We are being robbed while they distract MAGA with like, uh-oh, brown and black people are replacing you. Uh-oh, immigrants have your money. They don't. Billionaires have your money, right? Like our money, I should say. There are not non-citizens trying to vote. Less than 100 cases since 2002. Do the math. That's not a significant number. But what do we do know? Why are Republicans so intent on voter ID laws? What does research tell us? Actual data that voter ID laws do. This is just my first search. Here's the first study that came up from the Institute for Public Policy and Social Research, College of Social Science. Voter identification laws and the suppression of minority votes. Voter ID laws don't stop the non-citizens from voting that aren't trying to vote, right? Voter ID laws stop real American citizens from voting, black and brown American citizens from voting. That's the reality. And I just put the summary in here of this research explores the effects of voter ID laws on elections. The authors argue that many of the studies which find voter ID has no effect of disenfranchised minorities were conducted before the strictest voter IDs adopted. Oh, sorry, I can't read it. This studies find strong evidence suggesting that racial minority turnout is decreased by voter ID laws. Especially Latino voter turnout was 10.3 percentage points lower in states with photo ID requirements. While I'm multiracial, part black, part indigenous Mexican, right? While multiracial Americans' turnout was 12.8 percentage points lower. These effects significantly widen the turnout gap between white Americans and non-white Americans. Conservatives cannot win elections without doing things like this. They are losing the majority by 2040. So they have to disenfranchise and suppress the black and brown vote. Voter ID laws are not stopping the non-citizens from voting that aren't trying to vote anyways. And why aren't non-citizens trying to vote? Because they don't want to call attention to themselves. They just want to contribute to our economy, make some money, and mail it home quietly. That's the same reason Trump ran on, migrant crime wave. There is no statistical correlation between immigration and crime. We know that too, thanks to math.
I want to ask you a factual question. Who won the 2020 presidential election?
Joe Biden is the president of the United States.
Ms. Bondi, you know that there is a difference between acknowledging it and, I can say that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. I may not like it, but I can say it. You cannot say who won the 2020 presidential election. Okay. It's disturbing that you can't give voice to that fact. Moving on to
love Hirono. I've never heard her talk. I don't want, Senate hearings can be exhaustive. I really love her. She's really grown on me during these confirmation hearings. She's awesome. She's from Hawaii, if you don't know. She was tearing people to shreds in these hearings. Oh, this is, if you want more information specifically around what Pam Bondi was up to in Pennsylvania, screenshot this article. This is a pretty good detailed account. And this is a Washington Post article you can listen or read. I always like to make sure there's that option for those of us who like to multitask. So if you want more information specifically about what Pam Bondi was up to in Pennsylvania, this is how you get it. And I just want to remind you, every link to everything I'm showing you is in the outline in the live sources section in the Discord. That is my Feliz Navidad live account down there. If you would like a link to join our Discord, just click on that account, click through, follow the account, send it a message and just say, hey, can I get a link to the Discord? And I will go through them and get you guys links after the live.
Are the felons convicted of breaking into the Capitol on January 6th hostages or patriots? I'm quoting Trump, as President-elect Trump has said repeatedly. Do you agree with his characterization of the felons that I referred to?
I am not familiar with that statement, Senator.
I just familiarized you with that statement. Do you agree?
I love her. I just familiarized you with that statement. Like,
hostages or patriots, I'm quoting Trump, as President-elect Trump has said repeatedly. Do you agree with his characterization of the felons that I referred to?
I am not familiar with that statement, Senator.
I just familiarized you with that statement. Do you agree with that statement?
I'm not familiar with it, Senator.
Okay, no answer. He has also said illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of our nation. He said that in December 2023. Do you agree with that statement?
Senator, I am not familiar with that statement, but what I can tell you is I went to the border a few months ago. I went to Yuma, Arizona, and what I saw at that border was horrific, Senator.
What you saw was horrific. Oh my God. First of all, please don't use Arizona. It's not Texas. Go to Eagle Pass for your ridiculous photo ops, Pam. And those are the words of our Senator, Mark Kelly. Arizona, we don't use our border for Republicans who want to stand near it and take a photo. Yuma is on the border. It's one of our border towns. Yeah, there is a border. One of the entry points is you can go through Yuma.
Trump suggests, or hints that you as Attorney General should investigate one of his perceived political enemies. Would you do so?
Senator Hirono, I wish you had met with me. Had you met with me, we could have discussed many things and gotten to know you.
I am listening to you now. Could you respond to the question?
Yeah, you were the only one who refused to meet with me, Senator. But what we would have discussed is that it is the job of the Attorney General to
I'm very happy to listen to your responses under oath, Ms. Bondi. So,
see how they said under oath, because all these people are under oath. Yesterday, for some reason, we had a lot of people saying people weren't under oath at Senate confirmation hearings. They are under oath. And she's saying, yeah, I didn't want to listen to you lie to me in my office. Like, now you're under oath. Now I'll listen.
I think it's really important to us that the Attorney General be independent of the White House. And you have a president-elect who considers the AG's office his law firm. Trump suggests, Fox News, you said, when Republicans take back the White House, the Department of Justice, the prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones, the investigators will be investigated. Ms. Bondi, is Jack Smith one of those bad prosecutors that you will prosecute as AG?
Senator, you hesitated a bit when I said the bad ones. Every decision
Sometimes
will be
badness
made
in the eyes of the beholder. I'm just asking whether you would consider Jack Smith,
Senator,
to be one of the people. How about Liz Cheney?
Senator,
how about Merrick Garland?
I am not going to answer hypotheticals. No.
Yeah, I've noticed this. Pam Bondi gets much crueler and meaner to brown people and women, in my opinion. Like when Alex Padilla was talking to her, like it was crazy. It's crazy. Or I don't know, maybe, well, this is only the first round of questioning and I didn't watch the second round, but I did notice, like, I don't know. We'll get to Alex Padilla. She was so rude.
No one has been prejudged, or nor will anyone be prejudged if I am
these
confirmed.
Are the kind of people, these are in fact the people that you would prosecute.
Okay, your time is up. Would you like to?
My time is,
would you like to respond?
Mr. Chairman, Fox News.
Yeah, and the reason Pam Bondi, well, I'm not even going to say that. But here, Ted Cruz again just is teeing up these like softballs so she can be like, oh, President Trump is amazing. It's a cult. It's a high control group where your job at these confirmation hearings. Oh, I have a clip of Adam Schiff saying it. I'll let him say it.
Because partisan prosecutors were terrified that the American people would do exactly what they did in November of 2024 and vote to reelect Donald J. Trump.
By 77.3%. Million Americans. 77.3 million Americans.
Well, you almost had it there, Pam. You almost did something, but no, 77.3% of Americans did not, in fact. But it's gross. And then it basically happens again.
The focus of these questions today are disturbing. I don't think my Democrat colleagues learned very much from the November 5th election. The American people rejected all this. Their obsession with President Trump didn't bode well for them electorally, and I think if they stay on this path, they'll be in a permanent minority. But that's up to
112 electoral votes, Senator.
The landslide. But that's up for them. That's up to them to decide. I do want to comment.
That's up for them. Did you hear her do it again?
Senator.
The landslide. And Trump didn't bode well for them electorally, and I think if they stay on this path, they'll be in a permanent minority. But that's up to
112 electoral votes, Senator.
She doesn't do her homework on things that matter, but don't worry. On compliments to President Trump, to Donald Trump, God knows she's there. She's ready to go. And Adam Schiff made an amazing point. Okay, I have to go pee really quick. It would be amazing if we got to 300K, but I will just play this clip and I will be right back.
This is your first Senate confirmation hearing. What did you learn about this process today?
Well, the way it has, I guess, devolved is you try to say as little as possible during your confirmation. You try to be as generic as you possibly can. Don't give any specifics. Don't commit yourself to anything. And in this case, the cardinal rule was do not say anything to upset Donald Trump. So using that standard, she couldn't say who won the 2020 election. She couldn't say whether there was massive fraud affecting the outcome of the election. She couldn't say that she would even preserve the evidence in the January 6th investigation. She couldn't even make that commitment. She couldn't make any commitment that she thought Donald Trump might not like. And after this Supreme Court decision that gives him essentially immunity to commit crimes absolute when it comes to the Justice Department, to have an attorney general who can't say no to him, can't even tell him unpleasant truths like, you lost the election in 2020, Mr. President, that's a prescription for this.
Facts. I love Adam Schiff. He's the best. We're almost at 300K. Keep tapping the screen. But isn't that the truth? Don't say anything to offend President Trump, right? Like, that's what I feel like the number one thing is. Pay him as much lip service. Don't slip up. Don't say anything to offend your cult leader.
Have any evidence?
This is the Alex Padilla. This is Alex Padilla, Senator Alex Padilla. He's amazing. And just watch, like, how rude she is to him. Other people were asking her, like, were more, tougher questions. And she's just unbelievably rude to this man.
Have any evidence of election fraud or irregularities in the 2020 election?
So, First Senator.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
First Senator.
Do you have evidence? Yes or no?
First Senator. I'm so sorry about the fires to you and Senator Schiff and what you're.
Please don't think that she is, right? She's draining his time doing this. And he's trying to be like, he's asking her a question and she's disrespectfully not answering the question and just draining his time away. Oh, I forgot to close the door. Hold on.
Have any evidence of election fraud or irregularities in the 2020 election?
So, First Senator.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
First Senator.
Do you have evidence? Yes or no?
First Senator. I'm so sorry about the fires to you and Senator Schiff and what you're going through in your states. I have to say that.
I appreciate
I think
that.
all
My
of our,
clock is
I'll
ticking,
answer
and I
your
want to
question. All
hear
of our
your answer.
hearts go out to everyone in California for what you're facing right now. I'm glad you asked the question about Pennsylvania.
It's a yes or no question.
I was
Do you
hoping
have evidence,
someone
yes or
would.
no?
Senator, I was hoping you'd ask the question.
Do you have evidence, yes or no?
I traveled to Pennsylvania.
Do you have the evidence,
I
yes
traveled,
or no?
Senator, to Pennsylvania.
Okay. You're not answering my question.
It's sickening. Whoever said that, I totally agree. Because you answered other people's questions. I traveled to Pennsylvania, to meet up with Rudy Giuliani and make up a bunch of stuff out of thin air to muddy the waters about the clear winner of the 2020 election. Yes, we all witnessed it. We know what you did. But, I mean, just answer his questions like you did other people instead of this weird song and dance. Yeah, it's... Exactly. I agree.
Of the United States of America, which was deeply disappointing.
I guess you
And I'm
didn't want to
hoping you're
hear
more
my
familiar
answer
with it
about
today
Pennsylvania.
after I gave an opportunity to study overnight. So can you tell me and this committee what the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment says?
Senator, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm not here to do your homework and study for you. If I am confirmed as attorney...
Like, what the... Did you hear that? Did you hear this woman is, I know, what the F? Like, I was in shock when I heard this.
The United States of America, which was deeply disappointing.
I guess you
And I'm
didn't want to
hoping
hear
you're more
my
familiar
answer
with it
about
today
Pennsylvania.
after I gave an opportunity to study overnight.
No one wants to hear you go, I traveled to Pennsylvania and I saw many irregularities, but I will not be specifically naming even a single one of them. I just want to talk really slowly and run out the clock and imply that I know that something was wrong with the Pennsylvania election, but in fact, I will provide no proof around that. I know. If I heard her say the amount of times she said I traveled to Pennsylvania, it's just like, please, what? By horse and cart? Like, please stop.
Of the United States of America, which was deeply disappointing.
I guess you
And I'm
didn't want to
hoping you're
hear
more
my
familiar
answer
with it
about
today
Pennsylvania.
after I gave an opportunity to study overnight. So can you tell me and this committee what the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment says?
Senator, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm not here to do your homework and study for you. If I am confirmed as
You're
Attorney
the one
General,
asking for a confirmation
hey,
vote,
you
ma'am.
cut me off. Can I please finish?
What does the 14th Amendment say?
Senator, the 14th Amendment, we all know, addresses birthright citizenship. I've been a state prosecutor. I've been a state AG. I look forward to, even given your remarks today, working with you and the people of California if I am confirmed as the 87th Attorney General of the United States of America. I didn't take your homework assignment. I'm sorry. I was preparing for today.
So on the 14th Amendment, now you've testified repeatedly to the of the United States of America, which was deeply this.
I don't even understand why she's doing this. She didn't. Sorry, I was following you. I saw the guy who said you're watching from the UK. I followed you. I didn't mean. I think I pushed like multi-guest or something. I don't even know what to do. What I just pushed, but sorry about that. But I did follow you, and thanks for watching. I appreciate it. She is so rude. It gets worse.
Of the United States. Do you believe birthright citizenship is the law of the land, and will you defend it regardless of a child born in the United States, regardless of their parents' immigration status?
Senator, I will study birthright citizenship. I would love to meet with you regarding birthright citizenship. Can I answer the
serve as the
question?
Attorney General of the United States, and you still need to study the 14th Amendment of the Constitution? That is not.
Yeah, they're studying it so they could dismantle it. This is what the Heritage Foundation is up to, poring over trying to look for like a misplaced word so they can be like, nope, sorry, brown people who were born here, you're not citizens. Like this, like literally. That's what this is about. And just in case anyone's confused, birthright citizenship, it means like if you're born on U.S. soil, you are a citizen, right? And in the case of, what is that term? What is the term? Like anchor baby or something, I think. Yeah, like that's what this argument is. Trump and the Heritage Foundation and conservatives are trying to look for a way to get rid of birthright citizenship. This is what Trump has been saying. So just because you're born on, they're saying your parents need to have been born here, you need to have been born here. It's absolutely absurd. I know, exactly. Bye, Melania. Like,
Can I answer the
serve as the
question?
Attorney General of the
yeah, bye, Baron. Isn't, yeah, even, because it was Ivana born here? Was she even born here? Like, yeah, I don't even think the oldest children's mother was born here. Yeah, only Tiffany, and the one Trump treats the worst. Tiffany, you get to stay. The one that Trump would probably deport first can't stay.
United States, and you still need to study the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. That is not helping me have more confidence in your ability to do this job. One other immigration-related question, I'll steer clear of the Constitution
I have one
and the
regarding
law.
that I'd like to
Senator
talk about.
Hirona asked you earlier, but I don't think you answered her question. Can you please tell us, do you agree with the statement that immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of our country, yes or no?
I did not say that.
I did not say that you said that. I'm asking if you agree with it, yes or no.
I did not say that.
I can't. It's like when it's convenient for her, she plays completely dumb, but she's not, right? She knows exactly what's going on. They probably told her in the prep for this, oh, just pretend you have no idea what's going on, but she's doing a great job. I did not say that. Do you know what active listening is? Can you listen? Well, she's not even triggered. She's wasting time. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. This is all coaching. Like, oh, just misunderstand the question over and over and over. Who is she? This is Pam Bondi. She's going to be the Attorney General, right? After Matt Gaetz's child trafficking investigation came to light and he was out. This is number 2. Election denier, corporate lobbyist, foreign lobby, literally registered as a foreign agent on U.S. soil, Pam Bondi. Like, what could go wrong?
President has said,
oh yeah, and Schiff was fabulous. And keep in mind, I mean, we all know Adam Schiff from the House, but he just got into the Senate. He's a rookie, and we know he's a seasoned lawyer, amazing, right? He was one of the Trump impeachment lawyers. He's on Kash Patel's list.
President has said Jack Smith should go to jail. Will you investigate Jack Smith?
Senator, I haven't seen the file. I haven't seen the investigation. I haven't looked at anything. It would be irresponsible of me to make a commitment regarding anything without, you're a long practicing attorney, without looking at a file.
So you would need a factual predicate to open an investigation of Jack Smith, is that right?
Not a summary by you sitting here. Yes, sir.
And not a summary by the president either, right?
Absolutely.
So a summary by the president or his desire to investigate Jack Smith would not be enough for you to open an investigation of Jack Smith, is that right?
I will look at the facts and evidence in any case. And sitting here
today,
Senator, 72% of Americans
I only have 7
lost
minutes.
faith
Sitting
in
here, the president has.
I just cannot with this woman. I just can't. Of course, she read the indictments. Really? I mean, come on. You're an attorney general. Of course, she did.
Answer a simple question. Let me ask you a different simple question. The president also wants to jail Liz Cheney. Sitting here today, are you aware of any factual basis to investigate Liz Cheney? Yes or no?
Senator, that's a hypothetical, and I'm not going to answer that question.
No, it's not hypothetical. I'm asking you.
It's literally not a hypothetical. This is what I mean by playing dumb. You can't possibly think that's a hypothetical question. Like, what are you talking about? That's why Chris Murphy was like, okay, either you have no idea what's going on and you cannot be in charge of anything, or you're lying. Which is it?
Are you aware of any factual basis to investigate Liz Cheney? Yes or no?
Senator, that's a hypothetical, and I'm not going to answer that question.
No, it's not hypothetical. I'm asking you, sitting here today, whether you are aware of a factual predicate to investigate Liz Cheney.
Senator, no one has asked me to investigate Liz Cheney. That is a hypothetical.
The president has called for it publicly. You are aware of that, aren't you?
No one has asked me to investigate.
But the president has
We're
called,
also
the
worried about
president,
Liz Cheney,
the
Senator.
president has
You know
called
what we
for
should
this.
be worried about?
Ms. Bondi,
the
please
crime rate
answer
in
my
California
questions.
right now
You
is
are
through
aware,
the roof.
Ms. Bondi,
Your robberies
Ms.
are
Bondi,
87%
my
higher
question-
than.
Never answers a question. Just now she's yelling random stuff. That's like if someone I was being questioned in like an investigation and I started reading my grocery list. Like, what are you doing right now? What are you doing, lady? And this is all planned, right? Distract, delay, deny. She's looking very much like our private insurance companies at this point. It's awful. Just answer a question.
The president has
You know
called
what we
for
should
this.
be worried about?
Ms. Bondi,
the
please
crime rate
answer
in
my questions.
California right now
You
is
are
through
aware,
the roof.
Ms. Bondi,
Your robberies
Ms.
are
Bondi,
87%
my
higher
question-
than the national
my question
average.
is this.
That's what I
My
want to
question
be
is
focused
this.
on, Senator.
Do you have the
if
power
I'm
to
confirmed
say
as
no to the
Attorney
president?
General.
And what you're suggesting today by your non-answer is you don't have the independence to say no to the president. So let me answer a simple question.
That's exactly right. And April April Day, O'Donnell made a comment. Oh wait, now I'm going to forget what it was. I might need to go back and look. You know, you said, oh yeah, you said they say Kamala was a DEI hire, and then this. No, this is the point, right? Trump came up against people, and this is what we were talking about yesterday when we were going through the Pete Hegseth hearing. I mean. And I'm saying, take away that he's a credibly accused rapist or all of, mismanaged all these nonprofits, has never completed an audit. He's completely unqualified for the job, right? She is more qualified than he is for this job, but still it's questionable because of a lot of things about her, right? But that's the point. Trump wants people that will be loyal to him. Think about what happened when Trump had qualified people in positions, when he had Mark Milley. Mark Milley knew what was what, right? He was highly educated. He was on his shit. And he's like, I'm not loyal to you. I'm loyal to the Constitution, right? Trump doesn't want that again. Trump is putting people, it is not about, they are unqualified. That is why you're so right, April. We have to listen to people say Kamala Harris, one of the most qualified candidates for president of the United States in history to ever run, right? Put her resume up against anyone else's. Unbelievably qualified to run for president of the United States as a DEI hire. Lloyd Austin, a 4-star general. One of the most qualified people ever to be Secretary of Defense, they say, is a DEI hire. But Pete Hegseth, all we heard him say yesterday in his hearing, the erosion of standards in the military. Pete Hegseth is the erosion of standards. Pam Bondi is the erosion of standards. Billy Long, the man Trump has tapped to be the head of the IRS, is he an accountant? No. Does he have a background in finance? No. What is his background? Well, he ran a putt-putt golf place once. He's a gambler. What is his real qualification? Why did Trump really put Billy Long in charge of the IRS? Oh, because he was in Congress for a little bit and he consistently introduced bills to abolish the IRS. The point, these are the erosions of standards. Trump wants people that are 100% loyal to him and will not stand in his way when him and his billionaire cronies rob us all. That's what this is. That's what's going on. We need confused people who really don't understand what the role is, have not been properly educated, do not know how to do an audit, have never ran a large organization, right? She is one of the more qualified ones. My issue with her is that, well, we'll get to it. I'll tie it all back. She's complicit, and I'll show you how. Like, besides the election denial stuff, like, that's the thing. She's in on it.
Say that? Do you have the independence to say that? Do you have the gravitas, the stature, the intestinal fortitude to say, Donald Trump, you lost the 2020 election? Can you tell us that here today?
Senator, what I can tell you is I will never play politics. You're trying to engage me in a gotcha. I won't do it. I won't play politics with any ongoing investigation. So let me ask you another, like you did leaking your colleague Devin Nunes's memo.
If you can't answer the question, let me ask you a different.
Do you notice this? Like, hey, lady, what are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? Like, and you could tell she probably specifically practiced for Adam Schiff to yell these random things that have nothing to do with anything. Like, they probably literally did a mock of this.
The intestinal fortitude to say, Donald Trump, you lost the 2020 election. Can you tell us that here today?
Senator, what I can tell you is I will never play politics. You're trying to engage me in a gotcha. I won't do it. I won't play politics with any ongoing investigation.
So let me ask you another.
Like you did.
That is so on point. That's the point with Pete Hegseth. The erosion of standards is, hey, when a very forceful, very corrupt man, 34-time felon who's been found liable of SA, right, asks you to do something unconstitutional, when you're standing in the breach, can you speak truth to power? When you're the last thing in between Donald Trump and something unconstitutional and or illegal, do you have the guts to stand in the breach and speak truth to power? That is what the point is, Pam, and you, of course, are not. You of course do not have the guts.
Speak truth
with any ongoing
to power.
investigation,
so let me ask you another.
Like you did leaking your colleague Devin Nunes's memo.
If you can't answer the question, let me ask you a different, what should be a simple truth, not a hard one. Was there massive fraud affecting the result of the 2020 election? Yes or no?
Senator, I'm glad you asked that question. If you'll let me answer what I saw in Pennsylvania.
No, I asked a simple question.
I traveled to Pennsylvania. Here we go again. Jesus. They made her rehearse that over and over. I am so glad you asked me that question. I traveled to Pennsylvania. Like, for the love of all that is holy, stop.
I'm glad you asked that question. If you'll let me answer what I saw in Pennsylvania.
No, I asked a simple question about massive fraud.
I can only tell you what I saw in Pennsylvania.
I know you want to answer a different question, but my question is, can you tell us whether there was massive fraud affecting the results of the 2020 election? Yes or no? Was there or was there not?
I can tell you what I saw when I went.
Yeah, she never answers. But that's the point, right? Republicans, please understand, Donald Trump was the president of the United States. The DOJ investigated. Donald Trump had 2 third-party consulting firms investigate. The FBI investigated. The state of Pennsylvania investigated. There was no outcome determinative fraud found. Everyone told him over and over, Pam Bondi, including the Attorney General. And now you're sitting here supposed to be our new Attorney General, ducking, dodging, and diving. This is awful. Okay, so again, that concludes the hearing. Well, no, now I'm trying to think of the order I want to go in. So let's do the most important part, and then I'll go to Rachel Maddow. So I said I was going to tie this all back together. Why Pam Bondi? Why is she useful? Well, we know, right? Trump's forming a kleptocracy, right? A bunch of rich billionaires. There's 13 appointed billionaires, plus people with hundreds of millions of dollars in addition, and 2, Elon and Vivek in the fake Department of Government Efficiency. These people are going to basically rob us all, right? In my opinion. And how can Pam Bondi help out with that? Well, let's have somebody who's actually intelligent explain to us who she was or who Pam Bondi is. And I heard that the Democrats wanted this woman to come to the hearing, and they're like, we don't want to hear from her. Shocking. I'm so shocked by that fact, because God knows I wouldn't let this woman speak the truth. Hold on, let me make sure I can find it. I'm trying to remember where my clip is. Oh man, do I have some weird stuff to show you guys? Hold on one second. Oh man, this picture of Virginia Fox, we're all in for a treat whenever it's time for that. Oh, here it is. Okay. Sorry, got scared. I didn't have
client list is full of controversial.
So this woman is from a nonprofit, an NGO, a watchdog organization, right? She's very, very smart.
Client list is full of controversial clients, some of which stand to benefit directly.
Yes, I mentioned it a little bit. Pam Bondi, the reason she's so corrupt, she is the swamp. So if for whoever's MAGA in here, you guys are always like, Trump's going to drain the swamp. No, he's doing the backstroke in the swamp. She expanded the swamp in his 2016 presidency, and he's expanding it now. He's appointing billionaires. And who is Pam Bondi? Let me tell you who. She's a corporate lobbyist, right? Isn't it you, MAGA, who says you hate lobbyists? Should a corporate lobbyist, not just a corporate lobbyist, and wait till you hear who she lobbies for, you guys are going to die, but not just a corporate lobbyist. She has registered as a foreign agent on U.S. soil. Do you know why you have to do that? Because if you don't, you'll be counted as a spy. She works for foreign government. She lobbies for Qatar. I can't even remember which other one. This is real life. She is complicit in the formation of the oligarchy, in all of us being robbed. I thought you guys, what Donald Trump, I thought he was, this is not very America first, MAGA. It's the weirdest thing.
Client list is full of controversial clients, some of which stand to benefit directly from having their former lobbyist in charge of the DOJ. Over the last 5 years, she represented 30 clients, from large corporations and contractors to a foreign government. In addition, during her earlier time as Florida Attorney General, a recent New York Times review found several pieces of evidence that seemed to demonstrate her general tendency to assist corporate allies and corporate lobbyists' strong belief that Bondi was exceptionally accessible to lobbyists and amenable to the agendas of their corporate clients. Bondi had a large number of domestic clients, but today I'll highlight just two. Geo Group, the nation's largest private prisons company, and Amazon, an e-commerce giant.
Did you hear that? This is a corporate, Pam Bondi, our new attorney general, is a corporate lobbyist for the largest private for-profit prison group. And Amazon. This is Jeff Bezos, one of Jeff Bezos's many lobbyists is going. Jeff Bezos, who, you know what the DOJ has been doing? Investigating him for labor issues, all sorts of things. Do you think all of Jeff Bezos's problems are going away now? I do. Think about what this is. It's less worrisome even about the election denying. That's what this is about. She's a corporate shill, but Trump's draining the swamp, right? He's bringing in a corporate lobbyist to run the DOJ, but Trump's draining the swamp. MAGA, you guys got God. I mean that in the nicest way. At any moment, you guys can change your mind and we can all stop being robbed. But as long as you guys stay in cognitive dissonance, we're going to be robbed all together.
During her earlier time as Florida Attorney General, a recent New York Times review found several pieces of evidence that seemed to demonstrate her general tendency to assist corporate allies and corporate lobbyists' strong belief that Bondi was exceptionally accessible to lobbyists and amenable to the agendas of their corporate clients. Bondi had a large number of domestic clients, but today I'll highlight just two. Geo Group, the nation's largest private prisons company, and Amazon, an e-commerce giant. Bondi was registered to lobby the first Trump White House in 2019 for Geo Group. Both DOJ and DHS inspectors general have been critical of prison management of Geo Group, and they stand to profit substantially if the Trump administration's new immigration detention and deportation policies result in filling empty or underutilized beds in their facilities.
That's what HR 2 is. Do you guys remember the immigration bill that the House, they wouldn't pass the bipartisan bill, but you always heard the House saying, we passed an immigration bill. We passed an immigration bill. HR 2 was a bill that, if you really read it, was like the product of clearly corporate lobbying. It was about private for-profit prisons becoming detention centers for the deportation of immigrants. That is what is going to happen, right? The camps. Where are these beds going to come from? Where are these detention centers going to come from? Private for-profit prisons. This is capitalism. People are going to get rich off this.
Financially, if the Trump administration's new immigration detention and deportation policies result in filling empty or underutilized beds in their facilities. As a real precedent for this concern, Public Citizen did research back in 2019, which showed GEO Group's contract dollars rose by over 40% in the first 2 years of the Trump term. Now to Amazon. They're, of course, a very well-known tech company. Bondi was registered to lobby for them in 2020. In recent years, they've been investigated by the DOJ over injury rates and workplace safety at their warehouses, been referred to the DOJ by a bipartisan group of lawmakers for potential criminal obstruction, and had their robo-taxi unit federally investigated over safety concerns. In addition, DOJ and the FTC recently reached a settlement with Amazon regarding children's privacy violations via Alexa. And of course, Amazon also receives multi-billion-dollar contracts from multiple federal agencies, ranging from DoD to NASA. Beyond these examples of potential domestic entanglements, Bondi was registered as a foreign agent, lobbying on behalf of foreign governments and officials. To highlight just two, Bondi worked for both the Embassy of Qatar, and a Kuwaiti client list is full.
This woman works for a watchdog group. Like, the person who posted this clip, which it like clearly put the Senate Judiciary Dems logo over it. So it's really hard to read, just like it's hard for you. It's hard for me. I did not attend this hearing. So to ask, like, in big letters over and over, yelling at me to name her, it's just as hard for me. Nearest I can tell, her name is Lisa Gilbert. But again, these outlines are put in the Discord with the links to the clips. But if you're not in the Discord, so again, like, I spend 7 hours on these outlines and I love doing this work. Like, I work as hard as I can, but telling me 10 times in capital letters, like I'm doing something wrong, to immediately name something is just a little bit rude. Like, just like that is obstructed for you, it's obstructed for me as well. And there are many people that work at watchdog groups, and I don't know either who it is. But her name, I mean, the placard in front of her says Lisa Gilbert. But this is on the Senate Judiciary Democrats X profile, which, I mean, so you can also find it there. It was just posted today. This is like an supplemental hearing that was going on. So again, like, it's a bit rude. Like, it takes me 7 hours to make these outlines. Like, truly, you have no idea how much work goes into this. Like, I'm doing the best I can, right? Like, to bring the most relevant information. You can join the Discord and also get the information there. Like, but yeah, this is the point, right? Like, this is the whole point. While everyone is mostly focusing on her election denying and is she going to prosecute Liz Cheney, this is the real point. MAGA, you believe that Trump is draining the swamp. The swamp is just getting bigger and bigger. Our AG is a corporate lobbyist, not just a corporate lobbyist. Did we get to I didn't even hear her talking about it, but not just a corporate lobbyist, but she is registered as, Pam Bondi's registered as a foreign agent on U.S. soil. You only do that? Like, the man that was just put in prison for the Russian propaganda, like, testifying put in prison as a spy, Alexander Smirnov. That's what it's called when you're an unregistered foreign agent on U.S. soil. Like, so wait, I didn't hear, I feel like, did she say the end part about the actual?
In the first 2 years of the Trump term. Now to Amazon. They're, of course, a very well-known tech company. Bondi was registered to lobby for them in 2020. In recent years, they've been investigated by the DOJ over injury rates and workplace safety at their warehouses, been referred to the DOJ by a bipartisan.
They're trying to organize and form a union, and Jeff Bezos is killing the efforts. Like, we had some of the largest Amazon hubs, like the distribution centers here. I mean, there's no medical insurance. They don't pay them a living wage. These people are working unbelievable amounts of hours. Jeff Bezos is cozying up to Donald Trump. He's installed a corporate lobbyist that lobbies for Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos he's one of, if not the largest private employer, one of the largest private employers in this country. And now his own corporate lobbyist is the attorney general. Like, welcome to an oligarchy. This is an oligarchy. So yes, it bothers me that Pam Bondi is an election denier. It bothers me what she did in Pennsylvania. All that stuff's crazy. But this is really about robbing us all.
Group of lawmakers for
getting very much richer.
Potential criminal obstruction, and had their robo-taxi unit federally investigated over safety concerns. In addition, DOJ and the FTC recently reached a settlement with Amazon regarding children's privacy violations via Alexa. And of course, Amazon also receives multi-billion-dollar contracts from multiple federal agencies, ranging from DoD to NASA. Beyond these examples of potential domestic entanglements, Bondi was registered as a foreign agent, lobbying on behalf of foreign governments and officials. To highlight just two, Bondi worked for both the Embassy of Qatar and a Kuwaiti client.
Oh, it's Kuwait and Qatar. Yeah. God, for the Middle East. That's the point I wanted to make, right? All of these people have ties to the Middle East. Trump is looking for, think about this. Donald Trump makes all this money from the Middle East. Last time it was Jared Kushner. Now it's Steve Witkoff. He went and got an AG who is registered as a foreign lobbyist or a foreign agent on U.S. soil and is lobbying. Why did I get a violation? I didn't do anything wrong, and is lobbying for Middle Eastern countries. I guess people don't like information. Keep tapping the screen. We love the TikTok shop. Please tap the screen. Let's get to 400K. I just got a violation. I don't think I'm suspended from gifting, but let's tap the screen. Engagement helps. Okay. I'm trying to think of where we're going next. Oh, yes. Rachel Maddow. Oh, wait, Trump
was elected the first time.
Hold on. I need to go back to the actual presentation really quick. Sorry. Give me 1 sec.
Trump was elected the first time. Multiple news organizations reported that he was considering Pam Bondi for a job in his new administration. Maybe he was considering her for a big job. But she never got a job in the first Trump term. She never got any job. Why is that? Some reporting has suggested that it was because, quote, Trump staffers were concerned that questions about the donation would make confirmation hearings for Bondi difficult and damaging. Questions about the donation. The donation in question is this one, this $25,000 check. When Pam Bondi was serving as Attorney General in Florida, the Orlando Sentinel reported that her office was looking into Floridians' complaints about something called Trump University. Florida residents, a whole bunch of them, had come to the state attorney general's office complaining to Pam Bondi that they had been scammed by Trump University. They had lost a ton of money. Could the attorney general please do something about it? Now, that report, Bondi's office looking into complaints about possible fraud. Florida may join multi-state lawsuit against Trump University. That report appeared in the press in Florida on a Friday. 4 days later, Tuesday, that big, beautiful check arrived. That $25,000 check arrived at the super PAC supporting Pam Bondi's reelection in Florida. A check signed by Donald Trump himself. Bondi had asked Trump for the donation. The check from the Donald J. Trump Foundation arrived, signed by Trump himself. She also apparently got a check from Ivanka Trump as well. And what are you going to do? Pam Bondi thereupon decided, actually, on second thought, I don't think Florida is going to join that multi-state fraud lawsuit against Trump University after all. Now, incidentally, that lawsuit against Trump University was successful. Other states, like New York, went ahead with it. Trump had to shut down his fake university and pay more than $20 million to make the fraud claims.
Yeah, this was a successful lawsuit, right? They won. She could have got the money back for the people of Florida that lost money when Trump defrauded them. Yeah, someone in the comment said, but I thought she always followed. Yes, Lisa, great comment. But she always follows the law, right? Yeah. The corporate lobbyist, she's registered as a foreign agent on U.S. soil.
Go away? Incidentally, he also had to pay a fine to the IRS because the check he sent to Pam Bondi while she was mulling whether or not to join the case, that turned out to have been an illegal contribution from his fake charity. His fake charity, which was also soon shut down as a scam. Law and order. I love these guys. Law and order. A review ultimately cleared Pam Bondi. A state prosecutor officially said it wasn't a bribe. But that fiasco obviously got a lot of press. And that was in 2013. So maybe by 2017, the new Trump administration rolls around, maybe they just didn't want to sit through confirmation hearings for Pam Bondi that would air out all that dirty laundry. Trump was...
Okay, so I want to talk about, so we had this telework hearing, right? So then this is all tying to like all the things we're talking about. But if you guys heard this, it's Elon Musk and Vivek. They're talking about telework. They're talking about like, all the federal workforce never comes into the office, which is not true. We know that, right? Like we have had hearings. And just so you know, the 118th Congress, I think there was at least 3 hearings on telework where every time people came in from the Office of Management and Budget and from the Social Security Administration and other places and testified, no, that's not true, right? And gave the numbers on how often people were coming in, except for the pandemic when people weren't allowed in the office, right? But I was going to play some longer ones, but I love Melanie Stansbury. She's absolutely fabulous. This was a hearing in the Oversight and Accountability, which again, Nancy Mace got out of control. Yeah, shocker. And I'll show you that too. But I think Melanie Stansbury nailed it of why they keep harping on telework. And if you've ever read part of the Mandate for Leadership, right, Project 2025, this is how they are going to fire the federal workforce so they can rehire people who are loyal to Donald Trump. Elon Musk and Vivek were talking about it. So I think she kind of summed it up beautifully of why the Republicans are obsessed with saying that federal workers are like not working.
Important to actually be real about what this hearing is actually about. And I think it's always important here in the Oversight Committee to pull back the curtain on kind of the bigger agenda and why these hearings get called. So let's talk about what this hearing is and is not. I think it's important to observe that this hearing is not just about telework and work from home policies. It is actually setting the stage for dismantling the federal workforce. It's about the incoming administration and their desire to try to fire and get thousands of federal workers to leave the federal workforce. And it's about the restructuring of the workforce through the new DOGE subcommittee and the executive actions that are associated with it and that was created here in this committee yesterday. How do we know this? Because the co-chairs of the DOGE task force, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, have been very open about telework ending as a way to get thousands of federal employees to leave. In fact, right after the election in November, they published a thought piece in the Wall Street Journal, which stated that telework would result in voluntary termination. I think it's important to
voluntary termination. That is the goal, right? But, and we can get into some more numbers, but absolutely that is the goal. And I was just doing, as I usually do, some analysis on telework because the data isn't even real. And I can put together more data and we can talk about it sometime. But So if you're wondering where my sources came from, Office of Personnel Management, status of telework reports, Government Accountability Office assessments, agency-specific telework program evaluations, federal employee viewpoint surveys. Okay, productivity metrics, average productivity increases. And this is specifically an analysis about federal telework. But I come from the tech industry. There are studies all over corporate America that telework makes employees more productive, makes them happier. It brings a better talent pool, more diverse talent pool, right? If people don't have to live within driving distance of your corporation, right, you can have a wider, more diverse talent pool. All studies show that telework is actually beneficial. Right. It also saves the taxpayers money. Right. If we don't have to have huge office spaces, like we used to do a thing at the tech industry or tech company I worked at. It was called off desk buddies, which was awesome. Whoever your buddy was, we only had one desk. And then when they were at home, you were in the office. When you were in the office, they were at home. It was awesome. So you just did that with someone you hated. No, I'm just kidding. Average productivity increased 3.7% across federal agencies implementing telework. Sick leave usage decreased by 31% among telework employees. Unscheduled absences reduced by 24% in agencies with robust telework programs. Cost savings, real estate cost reduction, 1.9 billion annual savings across federal agencies. Average savings per telework employee, 11,000 annually. Transit subsidy savings, $289 million government-wide. Utility cost reduction in federal buildings, 23% average decrease. Environmental impact, carbon emissions reduction, 2.4 million metric tons annually. Commuting miles saved, 12 billion annually. Paper usage reduction, 40% average decrease across agencies. Employee satisfaction, job satisfaction increase. 72% of telework employees report higher satisfaction. Retention improvement, right? It's 15% reduction in turnover rates. Work-life balance rating increase, 87% positive response rate. Recruitment advantage, 68% of new hires cite telework as a deciding factor. So again, these are just some. It goes on, but that's just a little bit of analysis with those 4 data resources that I look through. So, and like I'm saying, every time you hear, and you'll hear MAGA do it all the time in debates because that's all they hear. They're like, oh, telework and people aren't working. It's the exact opposite. It has improved everything. And we spent the 118th Congress, our tax dollars hold these hearings. They did this time and time again in the 118th Congress, right? Had these same hearings. And now here we are again. And she nailed it. Why are we doing this? Because they're going to use it as an excuse. Think about it. Stock buybacks, right? That's what they would do in private corporations. They would do stock buybacks and still cut the workforce. And what can you do? One of the ways they did it after the pandemic, right? After they used money made in the pandemic to give them all a little raise and a golden parachute, then they're like, let's cut 5% of the workforce. Well, how do we fire these people? Oh, we tell them they have to get back in the office. And if they don't, they're going to be fired. That is what they're going to do. That's what Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to do. So we'll have less talented people, less diverse people, right? Less happiness. Everything will go down. Productivity goes down. It will cost us more money. It will cost the taxpayers more money. But who cares about that, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. He did that to Twitter for sure. And I want to, this guy, not Jerry Conley, but this is the man who, oh no, that's Lynch, which I don't think he's necessary. I want to find the man. Oh, Robert Garcia was good, but I'll find him. The guy, I think he also is running. He's one of the candidates for DNC chair. I think Ben Wickler is probably going to get it. The chair, the Wisconsin, the guy in charge of the Wisconsin Democratic Party. But this guy's pretty smart too. Wait till you see what Nancy Mace did to him.
I think, unfortunately, there are some here that have tried to smear our federal workforce and continue to bring up, I think, factually incorrect statements, and certainly things that are not true about the way our workers operate here, not just in D.C., but as we know, a lot of the federal workforce is all across the country. And they want to justify their plans to fire thousands of people and gut critical programs by attacking the Social Security Administration and other agencies within the government. Now, this is, of course, one of our first hearings as we're opening up the new Congress, and Republicans, not surprisingly, are taking aim at the Social Security Administration, and we know that's not a coincidence. Now, I want to start with, Commissioner O'Malley, thank you for being here, of course, and for your work overseeing what I believe is one of the most important agencies in our entire government. Just briefly, Americans have earned their Social Security benefits. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And exactly as you know, this program has been the backbone of our society. Absolutely. Gives millions of people the ability to live with dignity and security. And make no mistake, you know it, we know it. There are right-wing extremists, some in Congress, that want to privatize and cut Social Security. Now, Commissioner O'Malley, we know that Elon Musk, who at this point I believe is essentially the co-president, has called for cutting at least $2 trillion to federal spending. And actually, more recently, he's actually said, well, no, it's more like $1 trillion that I want to cut of federal spending. Now, do you believe it's possible to reduce federal spending by $1 trillion without cutting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid?
No, sir, I don't believe that's mathematically possible.
I agree with you. And if you add up the entire discretionary federal budget, which is everything from Head Start to protecting our borders, our military, firefighting, federal infrastructure, you actually only get to about $1.7 trillion. So even if you eliminated the Department of Education, Transportation, HUD, the FBI, all of science funding, you would still need to cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid to reach that $2 trillion in spending cut. I think, unfortunately,
so I just put that stuff I was reading from the statistical analysis of federal telework benefits. I sent it to everyone in the Discord. I added everyone and sent the basics. Oh, there's so yay. In case you wanted those numbers, because I swear this will come up over and over. I can't tell you the amount of people that are convinced that like federal workers aren't doing anything, productivity is down, nothing is happening. These things are not true. And I'm so tired of hearing it. Oh God, I said I had a Virginia Fox clip. It's here. Oh, Virginia just tried to make something up, and the guy was like, no.
Abomination that you would sign an agreement to let 98% of the people in the administration stay at home and work.
That's not what I did, Congresswoman.
Well,
that's not what I did. 98% were eligible for telework, but I required all of the headquarters folks and the regionals and the areas to be there 3 days a week. And ever since the pandemic ended, those field offices in each of your districts have been open 5 days a week. Ever since vaccines were available, 5 days a week.
Thank you very much.
So everyone was wondering if you're still here before. People were like, who's Virginia Fox? Because I was saying she's now in charge of the Rules Committee, which is insane. And I was like, she's the original Margarine, Taylor Greene. She is the original Margarine. She's awful. And she just makes stuff up, yells at people, says bigoted things. It's pretty bad. Let me see if I can screenshot. If I can probably screenshot the telework stuff and put it up for you guys if you want to see it as well. I can do it. I want to find this clip of the. Well, we'll do Stephen Lynch first.
The Office of Management and Budget is saying, maybe it's OPM, Office of Personnel Management, has said that 80% of the hours worked by federal employees are in person. 80% of those hours.
Yep, 80% of those hours. And if you've ever been a salary employee, and I don't have children, but You don't need, like in the tech industry, you didn't even have time to go to the doctor, things like that. You were working like 80 hours a week. And sometimes that was in the office. Sometimes that was out of the office. You're working at home from like at 10 p.m. It's just, you're working everywhere. It's ridiculous to pretend that like, if you are not sitting at your desk, like you're not working.
Are in person. And obviously because TSA screeners, that the whole border security piece, that's all got to be done in person. So it's a dwindling area. Also, 30% of our federal employees are veterans. So they, I dare say they have a work ethic that the general population does not necessarily possess, to be honest with you. And while I support government efficiency, I really do. And there's some inefficiency here that we need to work on. What I object to is targeting federal employees for malicious reasons, to say we're going to have mass layoffs and we're going to move people around the country. Only 20% of federal employees work in the D.C. area. 80% are California, Texas, elsewhere around the country. So I do object to some of the statements made by Mr. Ramaswamy and Mr. Musk that seem to denigrate the service and the character and integrity of some of our federal employees. But with that, Mr. Chairman,
I love Stephen Lynch. I want to find the section where O'Malley. Oh yeah, here's a good one. This is another. If you don't know who Grothman is, yes, he's another MAGA enthusiast who makes up lies a lot during hearings. And he literally, I'm not joking you, tries to show a picture of the parking lot as if that's evidence. We don't know what day that picture was from. He's just like, there's no cars in this parking lot. See, no one works here.
I'd like to show you a picture. Well, how many SSA employees work out of SSA headquarters?
Social Security
approximately 7,000 and shrinking. We lost 2,000 staff this year across the agency due to Congress's inability to pass a budget. That, therefore, puts the agency into a hiring freeze, and attrition wipes out, so far, 2,000 people.
So on a normal work day, despite having...
Did you hear that? 2,000 people have been hired because the Republicans could not pass a budget, which put them into a hiring freeze.
About 7,000 employees.
That explains to me why the Republicans purposely didn't pass a budget. It didn't occur to me before. I mean, they are incompetent, but think about that. They want to fire the federal workforce. Think about it. It never occurred to me till I heard this guy say that. They're looking for ways to fire the federal workforce. Well, perfect. By never passing a budget in the 118th Congress, it sent the Social Security Administration into a hiring freeze, and they lost 2,000 people by attrition.
It shows in December 2023 a parking lot almost completely devoid of workers.
Yes, it's right behind you, and I hope the camera catches it, because that was before I got to the agency. This is a picture of that same parking lot after I got to the agency.
Okay.
Imagine this is how we do things now. We're just showing pictures and accusing people of things that are random. Okay, so this is the guy. Yeah, it's O'Malley. He runs the Social Security Administration, and this is real life. I wish this was not real.
And you, a candidate to be chair of the Democrat Party, define what a woman is for me today.
What does this have to do with telework? Absolutely nothing. Here comes Nancy Mace disparaging the trans community. Like, are you kidding me, Nancy Mace? This woman wasting our tax dollars. Nancy Mace is a waste of tax dollars. We're almost to 400K. Thank you guys so much for tapping so hard. Please tap the screen. Oh, no, it gets worse. You're not even going to believe this.
Can you, a candidate to be chair of the Democrat Party, define what a woman is for me today?
Madam, or
can you define what a woman is?
Oh, yes.
What is a woman?
You're going to ask me to define what a woman is?
Yes, I am right now.
Well,
you just said you could. Explain it to me.
I'm talking to a woman right now, distinguished woman.
What is a
elected
woman?
Representative.
What is a woman?
I think you're kind of denigrating the purpose of this.
What is it? You can't define what a woman is. All right. In an
I'm
effort to be
married
fair,
to a woman.
in an
I
effort
have
to be
two
fair and
daughters who are
unbiased,
women.
in an effort to be fair and unbiased, can you define what a man is for me?
I have 2 sons that are men. Yes.
Can you?
It's so like these are our tax dollars, Nancy Mace.
No.
Is this in reference to allowing men in women's bathrooms?
No.
Is this in reference to forcing women and girls to undress in front of men in the locker room?
Oh, come on.
Yes or no?
Congresswoman.
This is your party's platform. You understand what I'm laying out for you. Do you understand English?
I understand what you're trying to lay out, but our party's platform is the economic security and the well-being of every man, woman, and child in the United States of America. That's our party's platform.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
Mace's time. No, let's not reclaim your time, Nancy. Let's just leave Congress forever. And here comes her tag team partner, Margarine.
I'd like to ask you another question. Since you're very interested in being DNC chair, you are, after all, a lifelong Democrat politician. I don't even know if you had a job in the real world, but you have been an elected politician for years. Mr. O'Malley, you're also a Catholic, are you not? You're also a Catholic, are you?
He ran his own law firm. That's a real job, Margarine. He didn't inherit his parents' construction company and then troll children who had been involved in mass tragedies and follow them around with a camera and scream at them outside of Congress to become famous.
Even know if you had a job in the real world, but you have been an elected politician for years. Mr. O'Malley, you're also a Catholic, are you not? You're also a Catholic, are you not?
I am.
Do you serve God or do you serve the Democrat Party?
I serve God. And
okay, then Mr. O'Malley.
Mr. Chairman, as a Roman Catholic, I take offense at the suggestion that somebody has to choose between God.
This is our tax dollars. Get excited. This isn't a waste of our tax dollars at all. They're wasting our time with these telework hearings because telework is beneficial to the taxpayers. It saves us money. And it ups productivity and happiness of employees. But then on top of that, we've got Nancy Mason Margarine. We need to think of a nickname for Nancy doing this. Like, this is insane. We're almost to 400K. Thank you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen.
Or do you serve the Democrat Party?
I serve God. And
okay, then Mr. O'Malley.
Mr. Chairman, as a Roman Catholic, I take offense at the suggestion that somebody has to choose between God and their service to country as a Catholic.
Mr. O'Malley, will you be supporting the murder of the unborn up until the day of birth like your party does? As DNC chair, will you be supporting the murder of innocent unborn people? Is that in line with your faith in God and the Catholic Church?
I trust the judgment of women and doctors over the judgment of government.
Now, do you trust God's judgment? Do you trust God that he loves and has created every single human being? Do you support the murder of unborn?
Did God create Margarine? That I am really shaky on God's judgment.
Children, and are you going to uphold that evil practice that the Democrat Party wants to continue? You see, abortions, over 95% of them are unintended pregnancies. They use abortions as birth control. So are you going to continue the birth control practice of murdering the unborn children as chair of the DNC? Will that be a policy you'll be supporting?
I am pro-choice, and I trust the judgment of women and their doctors over the judgments of government.
Well, thank you for letting God know where you stand with the murder of the unborn. I talk to God
every day.
Yeah, well, you might want to talk to him a little bit more, Mr. O'Malley, because you're definitely in the wrong. Thank you.
How embarrassing, Margarine. How embarrassing. And I mean, talk about pointless. And one of my favorite progressives in the House, who actually was on task during this hearing, if you don't know Representative Summer Lee, definitely follow her. She's absolutely fabulous. This is what Margarine is doing with our tax dollars. Voters in the 14th District of Georgia, what you should be ashamed. And here's
we're
someone
going to
who
talk
actually
about
doing
government
their job.
efficiency while pushing for policies that keep folks from executing their jobs efficiently.
I do actually want to work on government efficiency, and I think it's important, but it's not very efficient that we're probably going to do this same hearing 5 more times. These attacks on these federal workers are repetitive and nothing more than grandstanding. You have a trifecta. You shouldn't have anything more to complain about. So we should be able to stop wasting time on this type of nonsense. This hearing does nothing more than demonstrate their cruelty, and that's always been the point. They're telling us how little they view government workers and the people of the D.C. area. They're showing us how low they regard the people of D.C., whether it's because they're government workers or because they're majority black. Republicans are letting an unelected multi-billionaire run amok, and they're attacking our government workers straight out the gate. How is that efficient? These people want to do their jobs. They want to do their jobs well and efficiently, but every 3 weeks, we come out here and we attack what we already know is an efficient way to work. And why do we know that? Because we've heard the testimony throughout all of the last Congress in this very committee, testimony that told us how work from home policies don't impact efficiency, how allowing telework attracts diverse, higher quality candidates and talent, how it makes it easier for our veterans and our military spouses and mothers and those with disabilities to work. We have already determined over and over and over and over again that these policies are better, not worse, more efficient, not less wasteful. We're going to talk about
I love Sabra Lee. She's fabulous. And I did add really quick to the end of the presentation. Let me just show you in case anyone wants to screenshot these, because this is just a statistical analysis of telework, the benefits of telework, right? And this is what I just put in the Discord. I just put part 2 of it. So again, this is from 2020 to 2023 when we have data. This is the methodology. This is where the data is being synthesized from. If you want to screenshot it really quick, Office of Personnel Management, status of telework reports, Government Accountability Office assessments, agency-specific telework program evaluations, and federal employee viewpoint survey results. Okay, so again, positivity metrics, average productivity increases. As the taxpayers, we want to get more for our tax dollars, right? With the implementation of telework, productivity increases 3 to 7%, right? Sick leave usage decreased by 31%. People work more when they're part of telework programs. Unscheduled absences reduced by 24%. This is what somebody is talking about. Cost savings as taxpayers. I don't know about you, but I love to save money. I love to save our tax dollars. Real estate cost reduction, 1.9 billion annual savings across federal agencies. We're saving $11,000 annually per employee. Transit subsidy savings, meaning we're not paying for people to get to and from work, 289 million government-wide. Utility cost reduction, 23% average decrease. Environmental impact, which Republicans probably care less about, but I care about. Carbon emissions reduction, 2.4 million metric tons annually. Commuting miles saved, 12 billion annually. Paper use reduction, 40% average decrease across agencies. And then this comes from the surveys. Job satisfaction increase. 72% of teleworking employees report higher satisfaction. Retention improvement. Retention is so hard in the federal workforce because we don't pay people enough. 15% reduction in turnover rates. Work-life balance rating increase. 87% positive response rate. Recruitment advantage. We're getting higher levels of talent of new hires citing telework as deciding factors. And then this is the limitations and considerations of the study, if you want to talk about it, right? Like, if you know how statistics works. And then recommendations, expand telework program, evaluation metrics, standardized data collection across agencies, implement regular cost benefit. I love a cost benefit analysis. Develop agency-specific optimization strategies. Again, if you want to screenshot it, do it now. And then these are the references, which again, Republicans can scream. All it is a distraction so they could fire the federal workforce and have an excuse, right? Get back in the office or you're fired. But we know that will cost the taxpayers more money, decrease productivity, bring us a lower a lower grade of talent in the talent pool that we hire from. Nothing gets better, but oh yeah, Trump wants, that's what Schedule F is. Fire the federal workforce and hire people loyal to Donald Trump. You can't fire, it's very hard to fire people without cause or you have a bunch of lawsuits. And this is how they're going to do it. So anyway, but I digress. Oh, crap. I didn't realize how far back. Hold on. It'll be faster this way. I want to get to this is important.
I had one.
So I'll let Rachel Maddow tell it. Because if you didn't catch Biden's farewell speech, we're not going to listen to all of it. There's just a couple clips, and I'm going to have Rachel Maddow explain why it's so important that we do.
Okay, well, they're not taking a lot of time in this speech. They have spelled out the list of accomplishments in writing ahead of the speech. So maybe this speech is going to be for something else. Maybe this is going to be a warning. I did not expect it to be this stark. As you said, he said tonight there is an oligarchy taking shape in America. Dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra-wealthy people, a tech industrial complex that poses real dangers. He talked about a tide of misinformation and disinformation enabling the abuse of power. Not just saying misinformation and disinformation are bad on their own, but why are they there? They are there to enable the abuse of power. He talked about the free press crumbling, which put a shiver down my spine. And then talked about how truth is being sacrificed for lies for the purposes of power and profit. So this is important because he has essentially decided not to brag on the way out about what he did. He did a little of that, but really he's taken this last moment to say, here is what we've got right now, and this is why. This is not just dangerous because it doesn't sound American. It's dangerous because this is what they're doing to you. With this oligarchy, with this concentration of power, and with what they're doing to the press and the truth. And that is stark and sober. And like I said, it put a chill down my spine. I think he's correct. And I'm glad he took this time to say it.
Yeah, and it was pretty short, right? I mean, I just want to show like 3 clips, short clips, but I mean, he was straight into the point. Like she said, it wasn't him being like, let me make the case for why I was a great president. He was like, watch out. This is happening, and I need to warn you all. I know, scream it to the hilltops. Again, all these clips are in the Discord in the live sources section.
Ongoing debates about power and the exercise of power. But whether we lead by the example of our power or the power of our example, whether we show the courage to stand up to the abuse of power or we yield to it. After 50 years at the center of all of this, I know that believing in the idea of America means respecting the institutions that govern a free society, the presidency, the Congress, the courts, a free and independent press, institutions that are rooted, they just might not reflect the timeless words, but they echo the words of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Rooted in the timeless words of the Constitution, we the people. Ongoing.
Now it gets a little darker. I know. I agree with you in the comments, too. There were several parts that were pretty chilling.
That's why my farewell address tonight, I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern. This is a dangerous country, and that's a dangerous country. That's why my farewell address tonight, I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern. This is a dangerous country, and that's a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra-wealthy people. And the dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked. Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead. We see the consequences all across America, and we've seen it before. More than a century ago, but the American people stood up to the robber barons back then and busted the trusts They didn't punish the wealthy. Just made the wealthy play by the rules everybody else had to. That's why my fair.
No one's disputing we've always been an oligarchy, but he's correctly, I mean, as a history major, he's referring to the Gilded Age, the last time so much wealth was amassed at the top of the economy, right? And the people did something about it, right? They made the rich pay their fair share, who they were referred to as the robber barons, right? They were taxed to the same as Americans. It's not that we want to do something unfair. We just want everyone to pay their fair share. Yes, that's what FDR did. Exactly. Right. And that's what Biden's saying. And since Reagan, right, since the onset of trickle down economics, nothing is trickling down, right? All we see are transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. And that's what he's warning us. He's like, it's happening again, unless we want the Great Depression. Yes, I didn't even see that in the comments. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, unless we want the Great Depression to come, which, for instance, we were going through reports of what will happen. Like Trump got elected to do this mass deportation. I mean, there are statistical analysis done. There are studies done of how that will affect our economy. We're looking at almost double the Great Depression.
You know, his farewell address, President Eisenhower spoke of the dangers of the military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote, the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power, end of quote. 6 decades later, I'm equally concerned about the potential rise of a tech-industrial complex that could pose real dangers for our country as well. Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. The free press is crumbling. Editors are disappearing. Social media is giving up on fact-checking. The truth is smothered by lies told for power and for profit. We must hold the social platforms accountable to protect our children, our families, and our very democracy. You know.
Amen. Truer words were never spoken. Wish you would have done this every night at 6 o'clock for the last 4 years, but.
And in a democracy, there's another danger to the concentration of power and wealth. It erodes a sense of unity and common purpose. It causes distrust and division. Participating in our democracy becomes exhausting and even disillusioning. And people don't feel like they have a fair shot. We have to stay engaged in the process. I know it's frustrating. A fair shot is what makes America America. Everyone's entitled to a fair shot. Not a guarantee, but just a fair shot. An even playing field. Going as far as your hard work and talent can take you. We can never lose that essential truth. Remain who we are. I've always believed, and I've told other world leaders, America can be defined by one word: possibilities. And in a
True. God, he's so hopeful.
After 50 years of public service, I give you my word. I still believe in the idea for which this nation stands. A nation where the strength of our institutions and the character of our people matter and must endure. Now it's your turn to stand guard. May you all be the keeper of the flame. May you keep the faith. I love America. You love it too. God bless you all. And may God protect our troops. Thank you for this great honor.
I don't know why. Oh, whoopsies. Pencil piece. I hope I did it. There we go. Yeah, I think gifting has been, I just got another violation, but don't really know, not clear on why. Like, the truth hurts. I'm just playing a small clip of Biden saying something. But anyways, keep tapping the screen. If you would like to gift me, you need to do it through Cash App and Venmo since I'm in trouble. Hopefully I'm not banned. I don't think it's, no, if I was banned, I wouldn't be on here. I just can't receive gifts. I was like, wait a minute. I got confused for a second, but I just want to. So, like I said, I've been talking a lot about Chris Murphy, and like finally, I'm seeing Democrats in the Senate, right? Younger Democrats in the Senate step up, use social media, use podcasts, and communicate, right? Like effectively communicate their message. People like Cory Booker, Chris Murphy, and I'm loving the. So I think it's Cory Booker's podcast, actually. Like, I think it's Cory Booker's, but they were talking, right? Because all this analysis has recently come out on Donald Trump's tax plan, which gives all the tax cuts to like the 0.1%, basically. And we are all getting tax increases. And Cory Booker and Chris Murphy were discussing it.
Focus on how they're going to find this money. And they're going to find this money by cutting things that matter to regular
I'm climbing in bed last week, and you text me the list that was one of their members saying the quiet part out loud. And I wish I could say the quiet part of what you texted me along with this. This is blanking bonkers. We are going to pay for tax cuts.
We can't say here.
No, sir, we cannot. That's the utter bonkersness, as you said, is that they are telling us, like, we want to go after your health care, your retirement security, in order to pay for it.
Are we fancy enough to like publish it as a link on our social right now?
Or put it up.
Look right here. Here's the link to the thing.
Why are you putting it down? Put up.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna pause it on that. That's what I want. It's wait, it was there for a second. Hold on. I was going to write this down earlier for us, and I didn't.
Either way,
Can we put it right on Murphy's head?
Yeah.
Put the link right on Murphy's head.
There we go. Did I get it? Yeah, linkcuts.com/bonkers. Right? Is that what it is? If you want to look this up, they're talking about the tax cuts. If you want to look it up, I would screenshot that now so that you can't. I'm actually going to too. I think I did earlier, but just in case I didn't. There we go. Sorry. Oh, I forgot. I'm screen recording. Oops. Sorry, YouTube and Twitch. I forgot I was screen recording. I forgot I was pushing it to Twitch and YouTube and X through there. Oh, I have some messages to read just really quick. Susie, my brain categorizes these types of women. As men. I'm not sure what we're talking about. I'm assuming Nancy Mace or maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene. Sorry, I didn't see these. That was about an hour ago. I have no way knowing what we were doing back then. Heather Cornuts, you are the best. Thank you so much, Heather. That's so generous. I hope TikTok and you are here to get us through the next 4 years. And you too, Heather. You're the best. And Leanne says, thank you so much, Leanne. I appreciate your hard work to keep us informed. Thank you, guys. I know I say this, that's what the People's Receipts is about, is basically we're going to stay sane by educating ourselves and arming ourselves with the truth and the receipts. That is the point.
Doing anything right now. I'm just listening to you guys.
No, but honestly, we're laughing so we don't cry. They're literally saying to America,
do I not say that every day? We're laughing so we don't cry.
We're going to create a tax plan where the overwhelming benefits, 80% plus, are going to go to the richest 1%. And in order to pay for that, they're saying to you, we're going to cut so many of these benefits, many of which you've earned yourself. I mean, it's just
and not a small amount of money, right? So what they're talking about is $2 trillion or more of cuts to Medicare, healthcare for seniors, Medicaid, healthcare for poor kids, and the Affordable Care Act, healthcare for 20 million Americans. $2 trillion, like, I get it, like, nobody really knows what that means, right? That's a ton of money. You take $2 trillion out of the ACA, Medicaid, and Medicare, you're literally talking about people being kicked out of nursing homes. Right. You're talking about really poor, sick kids not getting surgeries, not getting doctors.
Oh, Chris and Cory. Like, how about president and vice president? I don't care which, or I like this combination. I'm loving it. I really enjoy listening to them. And this is Sheldon Whitehouse. And actually, I'm liking it's not just the younger Senate Democrats. Like, to me, the Senate Democrats seem more organized and like they're disseminating their messaging better, right? Like, I think they've kind of realized we need to get together, focus on the same things, and push out the same message on the same days. Like, they were pushing all this stuff out yesterday. They were all on the House floor. Like, the same thing Chris Murphy just said. He was on the Senate floor yesterday yelling that. And Sheldon Whitehouse a bunch of senators where Sheldon Whitehouse was talking about, hey, we use the reconciliation process for the Inflation Reduction Act. They are going to use the reconciliation process to rob us all.
We use the reconciliation process to do the Inflation Reduction Act and help everyone. The Inflation Reduction Act meant green jobs to red states, and it meant less pollution for everyone. The Republicans are teeing up to use reconciliation to help big CEOs, billionaires, and big corporations. Half the benefits go to the top 5%. If you're over $1 million, it's a $78,000 tax cut. If you're making 50 grand, $273. Thanks a bunch. They will even lower taxes for companies moving jobs and profits offshore. How about that for Make America Great Again?
Not only are they going to increase the cap, do the tech bros want to increase the cap on H-1B visas? Let's high-paying U.S. jobs. Let's bring in people we can pay less. But they are going to give tax breaks for corporations offshoring jobs. MAGA, I'm sorry that you got. It's time to recognize what's going on. Like, you have gotten got. This is not America first. I mean, you could say I love this for MAGA, but I don't love it for me. Like, the problem is we're all in the same life raft. That's the only issue. Do I think, like, someone, yeah, I mean, how bad does it have to get before MAGA learns that rich people are not on your side? I don't know. We shall see. But all of us are in the same life raft together. MAGA doesn't think we're on the same team, but we are. We're all on the same team. We're all being robbed by the same people. Let's get to 500K. Since we can't gift anymore, can we all just tap the screen? It would make me so happy. And just one last time, if you would like to join the Discord, right? That is my Feliz Navidad live account that's right down there. Just follow it, send a message and say, can I please get a link to the Discord? And when this live ends, anyone who requested a link, I'll go through and get you guys links. All of the links to all of these things are in the live sources section. If we are all on the same team, why you keep calling us MAGA? Isn't that what you guys call yourselves? I don't mean that disrespectfully. I thought that's what you got. I mean, Lauren Boebert said, call us Ultra MAGA. That's what I understood you wanted to be called. If just let me know how you would like to be referred to, or what you would like to be referred to. Okay, this is important. So now we're going to move on to the Robert Reich. Did we decide if it was Reich or Reich? This is the former Secretary of Labor, our God, on the people's receipts. He's a genius. He's now a professor at UC Berkeley, right? An economist. He's absolutely amazing. It's not Reich. We already determined that. Like, yes, I understand that this word would normally be pronounced like that. That's not how he pronounces it. Or at least that's what everyone in the comments was telling me. Reich, like rice. Thank you, Haley. Okay, so it's Reich. I'm good. Reich, got it. Yeah, we know how to say the word Reich. It's just that's not how he pronounces his name in real life. Thank you, Reich. Yeah, thank you guys. I love crowdsourcing information. So just to be clear, and everyone follow Robert Reich. It's RB Reich. He's on TikTok as well, on Blue Sky, on X. This man is a genius. We'll see a video just shortly. But I just this is him talking about the information about Trump's tax plan. The GOP tax cuts for their billionaire donors balloon the deficit. So they're blaming the problem on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, demanding cuts to these programs that millions of Americans rely on. It's socialism for the rich, harsh capitalism for everyone else. Amen. And this is what I want to show you. This is, and I'll show you the article so you can screenshot it as well, but it comes from the Institute for Policy Studies, right? Trump's 2017 tax cuts delivered a cut for the richest 0.1% of Americans. Think about this, because this is what the issue is. It's wealth inequality. 277 times larger than the one teachers and firefighters got. So MAGA, because I know that, or however you want me to refer to you respectfully, the far right, the whatever. I don't mean it disrespectfully. What you need to get here is Trump told you, don't worry, you're getting a tax cut too. You did not get a tax cut like the 0.1% got a tax cut, right? 277 times larger than the one teachers and firefighters got, nearly doubling U.S. billionaire wealth. Lawmakers must prevent a repeat in 2025. When I just did that statistical analysis on telework, we were looking through a statistical analysis on wealth inequality. Since Reagan, nothing has trickled down. The wealth inequality, the wealth gap has only increased. Huge transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. We are being robbed. I promise you, immigrants do not have your money. It's the billionaires. And if you wanted to read, this is the actual article. Trump plans a supersized tax giveaway for corporations and the wealthy. This just came out yesterday. That's what this is referring to. I'm not going to read it. I've almost been live 5 hours. But anyways, Robert Reich responded to this Institute for Policy Studies article and said, nothing trickled down. Nothing will ever trickle down. This is, again, former labor secretary, economist, all-around genius, and our Lord and Savior on the people's receipts. So again, and then he tweeted, Trump wants to cut the corporate tax rate to 15%. This would give the largest 5 banks a $4.1 billion tax cut. The 5 largest drug makers, pharmaceutical companies, a $3.1 billion tax cut. The 5 largest U.S. oil companies, a $2.5 billion tax cut. The 5 largest grocery stores, a $1.7 billion tax cut. I mean, this is reality. Now, we got to watch a Robert Reich video before the day ends. I actually have 2 if we want to see them, but this is a good one.
Trump is creating a government of billionaires, by billionaires, for billionaires. So far, he's picked 13 billionaires to serve in his administration, surpassing his first administration as the wealthiest ever. Heading the so-called Department of Government Efficiency is the biggest billionaire of them all, Elon Musk, alongside pharma billionaire Vivek Ramaswamy. For the Department of Education, he's picked WWE executive Linda McMahon. Trump also tapped Howard Lutnick, a Wall Street mogul worth at least $2 billion, to be Commerce Secretary. Hedge fund billionaire Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary, and Steven Feinberg, a private equity CEO, for Deputy Defense Secretary. Trump's cabinet nominees alone are worth at least $11 billion, and that number doesn't even include the hundreds of billions from his non-official advisors like Musk, when I haven't even mentioned his administrative picks who are worth just hundreds of millions of dollars.
Did I get them? Yeah, I always say them, but I'd never seen them listed out. Screenshot this if you want. We always say there's 13 billionaires plus Vivek and Elon. That makes 15 billionaires. But just the people with hundreds of millions of dollars in his cabinet, here they are. Take a screenshot. This is reality. We are all being robbed. The far right to the far left. This is a class war. Trump is surrounding himself with the richest people in our country, consolidating power and enacting policies so the rich get richer and the wealth gap increases. This is real life.
Their wealth is staggering, but the real problem is potential conflicts of interest. Trump's picks have huge sums of money tangled up in the industries they are tasked with overseeing. Can we really trust that they'll act in the public interest rather than the interests of their portfolios? Many Americans turned to Trump because they believed he would unrig the system. But he's filling the White House with the people who benefit most by keeping it rigged. Beware.
I love this man. I love this man. Do you guys want to watch one more video by Robert Reich before we're done? Again, it's keep tapping the screen. We can get to four. This one's good because this one addresses, how MAGA, Fox News, Trump, all the MAGA Republicans are saying there needs to be stipulations on aid to California for the fires, which is unconscionable and ridiculous. Have we ever stipulated aid? They're saying the money would be misused. We give aid to places like we've given billions to Louisiana for Katrina. This is an actual economy that's in the red, that can't manage their own budget, right? And that's the point Robert Reich is making. Robert Reich is talking about, well, the right hates welfare. It's really weird because they're all on it.
Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress love to demonize government handouts, which in fact their own supporters depend on and are increasingly financed by taxpayers in blue states. The federal program Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, what we used to call welfare, provides cash assistance to fewer than 1% of Americans. But the Trump administration is proposing to lump many social programs under a new agency with the word welfare in its title. A recent White House report on imposing work requirements, for example, put Medicaid, food assistance, and housing aid into a rebranded program called non-cash welfare. Defined this broadly, a large chunk of America relies on welfare. Add in disability benefits, unemployment insurance, and medical benefits. Such so-called welfare amounts to 17% of the average American's income. Welfare has become especially unpopular in red states that vote Republican and support Trump. But these same states are often the biggest beneficiaries of government assistance. If you include price supports for agriculture, subsidies for land management and forestry, and defense contractors, and you find that a large portion of the economies of red states depend on federal dollars. Now here's the irony. Residents of blue states send more tax money to Washington than they get back in federal help, while residents of red states send less money to Washington than they get back in federal help. In 2015, for example, New Jersey got back only 74 cents in federal spending for every tax dollar it sent to Washington. New York got back 81 cents for every dollar. Connecticut, 82 cents for every dollar. Massachusetts, 83 cents. But when you turn to the red states, it's the opposite. Mississippi received $2.13 for every tax dollar it sent to Washington. West Virginia, $2.07 per dollar. Kentucky, $1.90 for every dollar it sent to Washington. And South Carolina, $1.71. Taking the Trump administration's expansive view of the meaning of welfare to its logical conclusion, to include all those benefiting from federal spending, blue states are sending welfare to red states, the same red states that say they don't like welfare. Under Trump's tax law, blue states will be giving even more welfare handouts to red states. That's because the law sets new limits on the.
So imagine that. The irony of saying we're going to condition aid to California. I don't know why he didn't include California. California is contributing the most. California is the fourth largest economy in the world, right? It is their federal, they are paying so much money to the federal government to support red welfare states. And then you're saying they don't get fire aid? It is their economy supporting us all. I live in Arizona included. Like, we're on welfare. So I'm like, we need California's economy to function because it supports the rest of us. That's what MAGA doesn't seem to understand. You are on welfare from California and blue states.
amounts of state and local taxes people can deduct from their federal taxable incomes. And since people in blue states pay much more state and local taxes than people in red states, blue staters will be paying that much more in federal taxes, which means an even bigger transfer from blue state residents to all those red state Republican voters whose party despises handouts. Now, I should add that some of us here in blue states don't mind giving red states a bigger helping hand.
Absolutely not. That is the point. And I think the clip we played yesterday from Jon Stewart said it best. He's like, we're not psychopaths. Like, I don't want to have to point this stuff out, but it's true. You guys sit there and say California is mismanaged. California is keeping us all afloat. Quite literally. Like, thank you, California, is what you need to be saying. Thank you for keeping us all afloat. Right? If California's economy fails, we are all in trouble. This entire country is in trouble, all of us, especially those of us relying on the productivity of their economy. And have we ever conditioned aid to red states? No. Be reasonable. Stop with the BS when people's lives are in danger, when people's lives are literally burning down to the ground. And saying, oh, you should have foreseen. There's nothing to be done about hurricane force winds. And then the ultimate irony of this, which really upsets me, is so this is all because of climate crisis. And I know you, MAGA, you don't understand the complexities of climate crisis, but it has to do with the rising temperatures of what? Not the temperature outside of seawater, right? Rising temperatures of seawater. Now, Trump always is like, hey, some places there's plenty of water. Yes, because when the sea temperatures rise, it creates droughts in some places and floods and hurricanes in other places. Climate crisis is a nuanced thing. It's not just drought. It's floods. It's hurricanes, right? It's extreme weather. It's hurricane-force winds. So, I mean, truly, we're all Americans. I'm not meaning to even insult red state. I'm from a state that's on welfare. So, like, I just want to make that clear. It's just, we have to get away from this, like, us and them nonsense. Like, we should all just help each other. We're Americans. I mean, that's the reality of it.
The vast majority of Americans also oppose cuts to programs that aid the poor, elderly, and sick, because most Americans figure we're all in this together, and those of us who can do so ought to help out those in need. We don't regard it as welfare handouts. We call it social insurance. Indeed, social insurance is needed and used by almost all of us when you include Social Security, Medicare, and unemployment insurance. And even programs relied upon mostly by the poor end up helping a large portion of us because roughly 1/3 of all Americans are poor at some point in their lives. So remember, attacks on so-called welfare are really just another means of attacking the things most of us need and dividing the country into us and them. In reality, voters in red states are as dependent on the federal government as voters in blue states. And in truth, even more dependent.
Tell the people, Robert Reich, we love you. Reich is spelled like Reich, R-E-I-C-H. I saw someone asking who he is. Robert Reich but it's spelled like Reich, R-E-I-C-H. He's the former labor secretary. He's now a professor at UC Berkeley. He makes these videos daily. You can follow him pretty much on any platform. He's on TikTok. It's called Inequality Media. He's an amazing teacher. Can you imagine having this guy as an econ professor? God, my econ professors were boring compared to this man. I might have become an economist if I had him teaching me. Like, I love this man. Yeah, he's so amazing. We love Robert. He's doing amazing things. So thank you guys so much for 500K. Thank you so much, mods. Thank you guys so much in the chat. Like, Everything I do, I just feel like we're building an amazing community. I love spending time with you guys all week. Trust me, it means so much to me. So thank you so much for your support. I'm only here because we're building this together, and I appreciate you guys so much. I just cannot express that enough. It's hard for me sometimes to receive compliments, but also, like the whole thing. So I just want to take the opportunity to say, I appreciate you guys as much as you appreciate me. Merci beaucoup. And I love French. Thank you. So tomorrow, Scott Bessent had his confirmation hearing today, and Bernie Sanders was hammering him. I want to make sure we do. He's the new Treasury, he's the George Soros's protege that Trump now put in charge of our Treasury. So I'm going to have some clips of that. I want to probably have the guy who's going to be in charge of energy, because I saw Bernie Sanders questioning him about climate crisis, and that looks interesting. Yeah, so we'll do some more of that stuff tomorrow. Hopefully Robert will have some more good stuff for us, but yeah, we'll have a bunch of new stuff to look forward to tomorrow. Yes, Heather, were you not here? Thank you so much, Heather. You are amazing. Thank you so much. I said that, but I didn't know if you were here. Sorry it took me so long to look. I need to get better at checking my Venmo. I did check. You're amazing, Heather, as always. Thank you guys so much. So 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern is when the People's Receipt starts. That's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. On Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. On Tuesdays, we do the broadcast with Mandy and Danny, Potty Mouth Pollyanna, and Dr. Danny in bed with Danielle, right? And then we focus on how conservative policy is hurting women and children. We do that at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern. So I will see you guys tomorrow again, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. I love what we're doing here. Make sure you follow me on YouTube. I'm live on YouTube right now. If you ever want to screen record any of these clips to use them, clip them, do whatever. Thank you so much for subscribing willy-nilly. It means the world to me. These replays, as soon as they post, as soon as I'm done with this live, it will post as soon as it processes on YouTube. And if we need to get our watch hours up and our subscriptions up on YouTube, so make sure you subscribe to the channel, because I think we only have 600 hours of watch time to go, and then we can do memberships, because I said this at the beginning, I'm just going to say it again. I don't think TikTok, I think we have at least 90 more days of TikTok as is, right? Because that's what it says in the bill. There can be a 90-day extension while divestiture is negotiated. But my real long-term fear is that it's going to be sold to the tech bros or, some group of investors, and something similar will happen, like what happened with Twitter, right? And this will no longer necessarily be a place we want to be. So I want to make sure we are all joining the Discord, right? And following on YouTube, because that will be where I push my lives to primarily. Same with Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now and X. Pretty much all across the internet, including Blue Sky. I'm a girl has no name. So you can find me there. Thank you guys so much. I think I've been live for 5 hours now. Thank you so much for subscribing, Willie. I do appreciate it. You guys have been amazing. We've had another amazing day together. I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh my God. I'll just do some breaking news since I just saw this. Eric Adams is going to Mar-a-Lago for his pardon. I'll talk more about Eric Adams tomorrow. He's the mayor of New York who's been indicted. And Trump said he's considering pardoning him. It says Eric Adams heads to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump. Not surprising. I know. I'd rather see them go dark before they sell to one of them, too. Absolutely. I totally agree. I'm going to go do some walking and exercise to clear my mind so I can do this again tomorrow. You guys are absolutely amazing. Later, Gators.